The training you're about to watch is going to absolutely blow your mind. I took our 4-day live event that we did with hundreds of active participants, and I condensed it down into a 4.5-hour video to serve you. Not only are you going to learn from me, an 8-figure seller, you're going to learn from multiple other 7-figure Etsy POD sellers who are currently running tens of thousands of sales in their business. We're going to take you on a journey with the #1 POD product type of 2025, and we're going to teach you how to build it from the ground up. We're going to teach you how to focus your time properly by targeting the correct niches in micro markets. We'll walk you through proven pricing structures to maximize your conversion rate and profitability. We're going to do live tutorials with you where you're going to see 7-figure Etsy POD sellers build out photo templates from scratch live, build out designs from scratch live, build out titles and tags from scratch live. You're going to get the highest level Etsy POD education you've ever seen for free anywhere on YouTube, and we're going to deliver it like no other. By the end of this training, you'll know exactly how to leverage 2025's best POD product type and start building a thriving Etsy POD business. Oh, and I almost forgot. We're going to be giving away a 12-month mentorship to 2 lucky winners where you get to work one-on-one with a 7-figure Etsy POD seller who is currently running hundreds of thousands of dollars in their business today. So to enter into this giveaway, all you need to do is complete 2 things. Number 1 is I want you to tell me your full story in the comments below. Let me know about your current POD journey, whether you're brand new to this space, whether you've been in the POD space for a while, and why you deserve to have a spot inside of our 12-month program. Now, with this being said, we only want serious sellers only. We want the sellers who are truly looking to change their life, who are truly looking to build a 6 or 7-figure POD business, and they want to go all in for the long haul. We don't want to give away these 2 spots to, sellers who are just going to flake out 2 or 3 months later. We want you to be committed. Number 2 is I want you to go to the link in the description below and fill out the short application there. It'll just take a few minutes. You can fill out the basic questionnaire and then add your story in there as well. Once you've completed that, you will be officially entered into the giveaway, and we'll be announcing the 2 winners in 2 weeks from when this video goes live. So make sure you come back and you check out the comments for the 2 winners to be announced there. And with all of that being said, it is time to sit up and focus up. Make sure your cup of coffee is filled to the brim because we have 4.5 hours of pure POD gold coming your way. So the 40-ounce tumbler, the best product of 2025. So by far, no doubt, hands down, this is the best POD product of 2025. And the reasons for this comes down to a few simple metrics. Number 1, there is a massive demand and lower competition. That's the big elephant in the room is that there are so many people who are looking for the 40-ounce tumblers in a lot of different micro markets, looking for a lot of specific designs for specific people, for professions, for interest-based ones, for events. There's just so much demand for that item itself. For all of the tumblers, it's definitely the most sought-after variation from a buying standpoint. And like I said, it has lower competition. And the reason why the competition is so low is it's been kind of reserved for those in-house sellers because fulfillment costs have just been way too expensive. So there's just way less sellers out there. It's way underbuilt. It's way under leveraged. And there is so much opportunity to grow like crazy. Connor and Lauren literally launched 70 listings with this product type, ran 116K the next 30 days. And many other sellers too. It's not just Connor and Lauren. I use that as an example because that's how explosive it can be when you know what you're doing. But we've had a ton of other sellers doing 5 sales a day, 10 sales a day, 20 sales a day, 30 sales a day. And it's really awesome to see. But that comes down to the fact that there's so much demand and a lot less competition for that item. Now, number 2 is there's a lower number of high potential products needed to succeed. So the comparison would be this. If you had to compare a 40-ounce tumbler with a t-shirt, the number of products you would need to get to the same goal from a revenue standpoint, from a profit standpoint, is absolutely disconnected from each other. It's 2 different planets you're sitting on. And we'll actually cover an example of what this looks like later on in this training. But the key thing here is you might only need 200, 250 products to find a lot of success with it if built right, if done correctly. And so that's a lot less output. And that's the beauty of this product. And then number 3, like I said, too expensive for fulfillment until now. It was just too overpriced. And what that means is now your margins are actually
not only good, but they're great. They're like one of the best margin products in the POD space. And that's where it gets really, really fun because it's like all that time and effort you're pouring in, you have to do less total outputs and you get more profit. And that's like the most beautiful equation you could ask for as a POD seller. So that is why they are the best product of 2025. Now, as a comparison, just for those of you who don't know, maybe you haven't done your research in full here, but the two other print providers that are really similar, one is on Printify, and then the other one is Printful themselves. With Printify Premium, and then with accessing Printful, you're looking at $31.43 to $32.69, including shipping for the same style item. So you're looking at like a $11, $12 discrepancy compared to what we have for ICP at $20.98. So you get such a better margin here with that. Before, you just literally couldn't even price effectively. And when you can't price effectively, you can't actually get the sales volume you're wanting. You're going to be throttled by a price point. Unfortunately, no matter how good of a designer you are, no matter how good of a listing builder you are, if your price point is way off, you're not going to get the sales. You're going to have too much resistance on the front end. And that's why, again, this product type is so beautiful with that type of margin in place. All right. So let's jump into a little bit of our pricing structure and offer tactics. Now, I want to, start off with explaining what these are, verified pricing structures and offer tactics, and we'll run through some. And then I want to go into specific for the 40-ounce tumbler itself, because there's some specific ones you probably want to leverage that are proven now. Okay, first off is the pricing structure. So what is a verified pricing structure? It's a pricing structure for the product type you're selling that has been proven to work at scale, not just as a one-off scenario. So you can't just like pick one magical product that sold really well for an expensive price point and be like, wow, I could do that same price and probably do really well. If it's a one-off scenario and it's not proven, it's not going to work. So in this case, if you do have a verified price point here, it means that you're utilizing a pricing structure that another seller has used to generate, thousands of sales or whatever it may be. That means you can do it too. And so like all of what I ever teach inside the course, inside of group calls, inside of any coaching is always to verify your work. I don't want you to learn from Jesse. I want you to learn from the market. My goal is always to position you towards learning from the market, learn from what's happening right now. Not what worked 5 years ago, not what worked 2 years ago, not what worked a year ago or whatever. I want you to know what's working right now today. And you know what tells you that? The market tells you that. And so you have to make sure every piece of the process, whether it's your pricing structures, whether it's marketing tactics, whether it's your keywording, whether it's your Etsy ads, whether it's your designs, your photo templates, what you put in your description, your materials list, like whatever you're doing, do it for the customer. Don't listen to anyone. Don't listen to a guru. Don't listen to anyone else. Listen to the market. And the biggest thing here is remind yourself to take any previous knowledge when you're verifying information and throw it out the window. You should act like you don't know anything. And again, pricing structure is an extremely important piece to the equation. So verified pricing structures are important. All right, and then verified offer tactics. Verified offer tactics are this. They're marketing tactics to enhance your work and to enhance your offer and amplify all of your hard work. It's like dumping gasoline on a fire. Now, whenever I explain this, when I talk about this, like your ability to execute on an item and make great designs and photos, and your whole offer is like maybe set and ready to go. An offer tactics, a marketing tactic you can do with it is going to amplify. It's like dumping the gasoline on the fire. But if the fire is not going, meaning your product is kind of poorly built, your design's kind of in the half-baked middle or average, your photo templates kind of aren't really there, you might have the wrong keywords on your listing that are too broad, you maybe don't have the right strategies in place, then slapping an offer tactic on there is not going to do anything. So remind yourself, when you get all that hard work done and you have a beautiful listing ready or set of listings ready, that's when marketing tactics can be super, super helpful. But they can't just be a Band-Aid fix. They have to be an addition to all the hard work you've done. Okay, so these are some offer tactics in general that I have taught and talked through inside the course and inside of one-on-one coaching and group sessions and whatnot. So I'm going to cover these first, and then we'll move into specific ones for the product type. Now, the reason why I want to cover all of these is because you got to remember, like I said before, don't learn from me, learn from the market. These are certain ones I've extracted out and what Etsy's told me and what I've seen work. that has worked over and over and over again and still works today. And with that being said, you want to find the angles in which you can approach a product type that might differ from what everyone else is doing as well. So there's going to be certain ones I'm telling you, like, these are really good, but you can also take this whole knowledge bank and say, okay, maybe if I did it this way, I could stand out because of XYZ reasons. So you want to equip yourself with the knowledge to say, okay, let me study the market, let me look at it, and maybe I can choose a different offer tactic than I might tell you in a minute. So number one is a 24-hour sale. Now, 24-hour sale is literally when you turn a sale on your shop on Etsy. It could be for a set of listings, it could be for your entire shop, but you just run it for 24 hours from one day, today to today, just 24 hours long, and you let it go. And this is for enhanced conversion rates. I can't tell you how many times I have had sales happen. When someone messages me late at night and they're like, "Hey, I saw your sale's about to end in 2 hours, and you weren't responding. I just made the purchase anyways. Can you please, change it to, something different or whatever it may be." It helps with conversion because it gives them a timer. Etsy knows that urgency they can give a buyer is going to help with conversion, and that's why they give it to you. So utilize it. Number two is under $6 shipping. This is for placement and search. Etsy made a shift in the marketplace in October of this last year, where they basically said, if you have fixed price shipping, if you're over $6, we're going to throttle you. And for those who've, kind of not done that, if they have fixed price shipping, it's not been very good for you. For those of you who made the adjustments, it's great. It's just kind of changed some of what you have previously done, which, being able to leverage a really low display price and offset things into shipping. You can't really do that as much anymore with Etsy. There's a workaround for that. But again, that will give you better placement in search if you're underneath that $6 threshold. So like $5.99 is very common that you'll see all day long now on Etsy. Now, the only way you can get around this is with calculated shipping. So this is also for placement in search. The only way you can manipulate this is say, okay, I'm going to set my own weight, my own dimensions for my item. I don't really care what it weighs. I just want to try to find what the range is that it's going to charge the buyer with calculating the shipping fees rather than doing fixed price shipping. So that one takes a little bit more thought process, but it allows you to offset more into shipping and gives you a better price point on the front end. And it allows you to still get great placement in search. So that's the one workaround for having the $6 cap. Then the $35 free shipping guarantee. Now, this one right here, I almost just discard off the list, but I left it on here because I want to remind sellers of this one. So this is one that was really important. It was very much like the $6 cap for fixed price shipping that Etsy has initiated, but that was a couple years ago. And so the $35 free shipping guarantee, I've seen so many sellers turn it off and it not affect their sales. So I think it is way less impactful for Etsy's algorithm. And I don't think you need to have it on. It honestly has disrupted so many sellers' margins because you get over that $35 mark. And especially if you're offsetting more into shipping, you're losing all of that margin. And that's basically been where you're banking on 1 and 2 unit purchases only for like every product type. Now, you still have to do that with calculated shipping, which we'll talk about here in a minute. But the $35 free shipping guarantee, honestly, I wouldn't deploy it if it was me. It used to be more important than it is, but now it's going to kind of take away your margin. So I would discard it out the window as long as you're applying either under $6 shipping or calculated shipping, 1 to 2. Okay. Next is a low display price. This is for click-through rates. Now, for those of you who don't know what click-through rate is, that is the amount of times you show up in search, your impressions, to the amount of times you get clicked on as a percentage. If you show up 100 times and you get clicked on twice out of every time you're visible, that's a 2% click-through rate. Now, if you make your front-end price less through a variety of different ways, you're going to be able to improve the amount of clicks you get. That's what I was just talking about with a verified price point. If you don't have a verified price point, you are risking the fact that every time your product pops up in front of a buyer, they're not wanting to click on it because it might be too expensive on the front end. So this is where, again, I say discard your previous beliefs. If you think you should do like expensive item costs and free shipping, a lot of times that's just not the case. The lower you get your front end price, the higher your click-through rate is going to be. And so that's a really good tactic to utilize if done right. Next is a front badge on your photo. So that is basically where you have your front photo on Etsy and you'll have like a little badge. It might say like ships fast, or it might say like multiple variations in listing, or it might say like colors available, or it might say like, I don't know, great Mother's Day gift. You can get as creative as you want with that badge. But it's basically calling out a specific point to the market you're selling in that you think is really important. You've deemed it as an important point to emphasize to a buyer, and it's in a bite-sized piece. It's not like a sentence or two. It's just like a few words, like fast shipping or whatever it may be, where it kind of pops off the page. And that can really also help with click-through rate. If you have the combination of a low display price, so you're a little bit less than the average seller on the front end when they're looking in search, and you have a badge that's the right style and theme, the right color combo, it pops off the page and it catches their attention, that can really improve your click-through rate. And remember, if you go from a 1% click-through rate, so 1 out of every 100, to a 2% click-through rate, doesn't seem like it's that crazy, right? You're doubling the input to your business. So just a 1% to a 2% is 2x. It's doubling. So you got to understand the small, minute numbers on a platform are so, so important. And click-through rate is an extremely important one for Etsy. So leverage those the best you can. And then last but not least, variations. You might utilize these in a variety of different reasons, but this is going to help with your click-through rate if you can emphasize like, hey, I have variations. Or if you are, the buyer lands on your listing and you have a lot to show, that can help with conversion. They might shop on your listing. If you have 4 design variations or 6 design variations, you can help shoppers shop on your listing specifically. And so that can be another tactic you can utilize to, help with conversion. So those are the main offer tactics that are verified. Now, remember, these are ones that, we've seen work. There might be another one that pops up 2 weeks from now. So always keep your eyes out for these little tactics that you'll see sellers do. Whether you agree with everything or not, it's up to you, and you got to deploy what you want to. But remember, learn from the market more than your own opinion or my opinion. Let the market tell you what's working. All right, I'm gonna get a quick drink of water because my mouth is getting dry over here. It's 100 degrees today in Spokane, which is not common at all. Okay. All right. We got the verified offer tactics for tumblers. So now we're getting specific to this item right here for the 40-ounce tumblers. These are the 4 that I highly suggest utilizing. I'm going to show you what it looks like in action in a second. So number 1 is running a 24-hour sale. So this is going to help you with conversion. Now I recommend doing about a 50% off sale. That's usually the target I go for. I think it works better. I think it works much better than like a 10 or 15% off sale. Maybe a 30 to 50% is pretty similar. It's up to you, but I usually go with the 50% off. Number 2 is calculated shipping for placement in search. Now with the tumblers, there's a very specific reason of why you want to do this, which I'll show you, but that's one we're going to utilize. Number 3 is a low display price. We're going to get our front end price down for that click-through rate. And then number 4, we are going to deploy a front photo badge. Now, you won't see that until Connor Lauren's session. But with that being said, that is one you're going to want to definitely utilize. So to kind of see this in action here, this is for the 40-ounce tumbler. So this is just little snippets of what a buyer might see and why it's going to be effective. So first off, in the top left where it says in demand, 4 people bought this in the last 24 hours, and you see $19.99 plus. This is the low display price here. Now, getting underneath a $20 threshold for the 40-ounce tumblers in search is like a super big thing to accomplish. If your item is displaying for $20, like $19.99 or less under that $20 marker, you're going to get a much better click-through rate than if your item showed as $25, $27, $30, $35 in search. Like, it's just natural. You're going to get more clicks. I can promise you this. If you have the same offer and one says $19.99 and you have another offer and one says $32.99, even if the price points at the end of the day are the same, you're going to get more clicks at a lower price point. So this is why the $19.99 is so valuable. Now, the way you're going to accomplish this is with the 20-ounce tumbler. So the way you're going to do this is you're going to build a listing where you have the 40-ounce as your main focus of the offer, your front photo, your secondary photos. You're going to be really emphasizing the 40-ounce tumbler. However, you're going to have one variation on your listing, and that variation is going to be a 20-ounce tumbler, and you're going to get that to the $19.99 price point. Now, to accomplish this, though, you need to have a 50% off sale running. That's my suggestion. You can do whatever you want from a price point standpoint. If you want to do 30%, 20%, 40%, whatever, you just have to do the calculation and see, once I get to my daily sale to X percentage, it needs to get me to roughly $19.99 or less for my front end price point. And then for the actual item cost, in this case, the 40-ounce tumbler, $27.99 is a really good price point. The reason why that's so good is it's been proven to work, and it is super margin friendly. Like you're gonna start racking up the margins with that plus calculated shipping. It's insane. So $27.99 is verified. It works. And it's what I would suggest here. You can go lower than that, absolutely, especially out of the gate too. You can go $24.99. There's enough margin in this item to do those things that are going to make you stand apart. Again, like I said, like figure out the things that can make you more appealing to the buyer, that can make you stand out from all your research, and deploy that for you. And that could be, again, going lower than what I tell you to do. And that can help you get those initial sales. And then number 3 with this, the calculated shipping, targeting about $8 or $9 or so, could be a little bit higher. I think $8 to $9 is a good target to get to. We'll actually cover how to do this on Etsy. But as you can see from the screenshot on the right-hand side, you have $9.88 in this case. It just depends on where it's going. So this is where you have to play with the weight a little bit of the actual item weight. Because again, you're trying to give yourself a certain margin. You don't necessarily need the exact weight of the item because you're trying to work a price point. So technically, you can increase the weight higher and say, hey, mine's $12 a ship or $15 a ship, and it will allow you to lower that front end price even lower. So there's a lot of things you can do with it. Remember, this is fully malleable, but this has been proven to work here. So this combination, this trio of low display price, 50% off sale, so you get the timer and the discount, plus calculated shipping with the item price of $27.99, whew, that is some really good margins, and buyers love it from a buying standpoint. Whether you hear pushback from messages or whatever it may be, I'm telling you, buyers convert better with a pricing structure that looks like this all day long. So, all right, let's continue here. Gonna get another drink of water. You guys are blowing up the chat over there. I'm not even paying attention. I don't. I'll look at it at the end of the session. I'm not gonna be able to scroll, but I like you guys are chiming away. I love it. Okay, so why this combination is explosive. So with this combo, not only do you increase the clicks on your products in search, you can also increase the conversion rate on all of those clicks. So compounded together, you are feeding the Etsy algorithm exactly what it wants to see. This will catapult your rank in search, leading to a snowball effect as more buyers see your product. So remind yourselves that you're on a platform. And the crazy thing about a platform is the most minute difference in click-through rate, the most minute difference in conversion rate is going to give you a disproportionate advantage every single time. If you wonder why, you're like, I'm doing like the same thing as these other sellers are doing. I'm doing like, my designs are great, my photos look awesome, but maybe I've just a couple things off. I'm telling you, that's how close of a game it can be. And when you're that much better than your competition in a handful of different ways, you get disproportionate results. So in this case for Etsy, Etsy feeds off of an enhanced click-through rate and an enhanced conversion rate. If you can somehow increase both of those, even with just a minute percentage, you are giving yourself the perfect recipe to drive rank. That is why a low display price with a badge will give you better click-through, and calculated shipping with that jump up for 40 ounce will give you the margin it needed, and you'll convert well. And it's been proven to work time and time again. So this is what you want to do. You want to increase your click-through and you want to increase your conversion. So whether it's for a 40 ounce tumbler or not, remember that aspect to selling on a platform, whether it's Amazon or Etsy, but in this case, we're just talking about Etsy. Increase your click-through, increase your conversion, you will drive rank faster than you can imagine. Okay. So let's jump into the margin analysis for this, guys. So you can actually see the realistic range of what it would look like. So for those of you who haven't seen the margin analysis before, this is the setup. It's basically accounting for the expenses, and fees for you as a POD seller. So first off, you got to look at that average price point from top sellers. So like I said before, you need to verify your price point. Don't just plug in a number and be like, wow, that'd be awesome to make $20 per unit. Well, it's not going to work. You got to find a verified price point that's going to work. So that's where you're going to take the seller's product cost from a bestseller and their shipping costs, and you're going to put them together. Then you're going to look at Etsy fees. Etsy fees are a 6.5% transaction, 3% processing plus 25-cent processing. I usually just round to 10% to give me a rough number for that, so I at least know, okay, this is about what the fees are. It's just easier to calculate with that. You're also going to look at average top seller. You're going to look at Etsy ads. Now, Etsy ads are where you're going to calculate 15% of all the sales that you're making are going to go 100% to Etsy ads. Now, it won't be immediately like that as you first start out. You might be a little bit heavier on Etsy ads, but assuming, before you made a single sale, assuming you're going to be spending money on Etsy ads is a really smart thing to do, because you might have, great margins lined up until you run your Etsy ads calculation and be like, wow, it's actually not as good as I thought. So that is why it's so important to run your calculation. At least know over time, I'm going to work to get that down to 15% of my total sales, or all of that revenue is going to go straight to Etsy ads. Now, with how Etsy specifically calculates the A cost, I'm counting this as not with shipping. Now, obviously, that number can be a little bit deceiving sometimes, because it's like, okay, what if I put a ton into my shipping and lowered my item price down? Or if I had my item price super high and I lowered my shipping down? But you're telling me to only calculate off that front number. I am telling you to only calculate off that front number due to the fact that that's how Etsy calculates it. So it's hard to do the math without it. You can do the math and you can really figure out what it is over time, and you should figure out what it is over time. However, it's how Etsy calculates it. So I always go based on the item price. And if you need to round up a little bit, do it. Whenever you're assuming the cost of things, round up, and it will help you out with maintaining margins. So with that being said, you'll take your Etsy fees, you'll look at your Etsy ads percentage, you'll look at your fulfillment costs, which will give you your total cost. And then you need to take that verified price point from those top sellers and look at what their product cost plus shipping is. And you need to minus the total cost of all your expenses, and that'll give you your rough profit per unit. Now, it might not be immediate out of the gate. You might spend more on Etsy ads in the beginning, but over time, you can work towards those numbers. And it's really important to get this part right. Sellers who, don't do this part thoroughly will not make money in their business. Make sure you know your numbers so you actually can understand if you're going to be profitable or not. Okay. So for the 40-ounce tumbler with this equation set in here, we're looking at $27.99 for the 40-ounce tumbler. We're looking at roughly $9 for shipping in this case. Now, with calculated shipping, sometimes it'll be a little bit less, sometimes it'll be a little bit more. We'll talk through again, setting that up on Etsy here in a moment. But with that being said, when we take that price point and we run the Etsy fees calculation, we're looking at about $36.99 is the total amount of revenue we'd make when we sell one of these tumblers. Now, that means $3.70 is going straight to Etsy right out of the gate. Next, you have your Etsy fees side. So your Etsy fees side, you're looking at the $27.99, the item cost again, because that's how Etsy calculates it. And you're looking at 15% of that. So 15% of 28 is roughly $4.20. So you're assuming that every single unit you sell, whether it's an order of 1, an order of 10, or you've generated thousands of orders, every single unit you sell, you're assuming $4.20 is going to Etsy ads in this case for marketing, which is honestly, you're assuming a decent chunk there, which is good. The more you can assume, the better. So in this case, that'd be you're assuming $3.70 going to Etsy, $4.20 going to Etsy ads every single unit you sell, and $20.98 going to fulfillment on those units. You take that $36.99 price point, you deduct the $28.88 in expenses, and you're looking at $8.11 profit per unit, which is amazing. That is super good in the POD space. It's double what most margins are in 2025. And those are all very realistic numbers, by the way. It won't be exactly that right out of the gate, but if you give it time and you build out you scale out this product type with not just 10 listings, but maybe, 50 listings, 100 listings, 200 listings, 300 listings, and you turn off your poor performers and you actually go through this process correctly, you can absolutely get to that target number, which is amazing. So let's continue. So with that being said, with these extremely high and verified realistic margins in place, take a look at your estimated profit per month at each sales level. So this is where I thrive off of things that can motivate me. I want to know okay, if I'm actually at a certain level, what will it look like? And so this is a crazy product because you could literally be selling 4 units a day and make $1,000 a month, roughly. It's a little bit less than 1,000. I think it's like $973 a month based on this calculation right here. But with that being said, sell 4 units a day, make $1,000 a month. That's an amazing setup. Sell 10 units a day, you're almost at $2,500 a month. Sell 20 units a day, you're at $5,000 a month. Sell 40 units a day, you're at $10,000 a month. Now, for those sellers who actually double down and execute on this product type, you can absolutely get to 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 sales a day. That will happen. Some of you right now are already doing that. And that is the wild thing about this. And so I just want you to imagine for a minute and make it tangible and set up a realistic goal for you to get this accomplished, because it is amazing what you can do just with 15 sales a day, 20 sales a day, 30 sales a day. It's unlike so many POD products in the space. So let that encourage you and motivate you, because that's insane profit in the POD space to sell less than 50 units a day and make 10K a month in profit. It's pretty wild. Okay, perfect. So I want to do a quick comparison. The reason why I'm doing this comparison here is because so many sellers are focused on apparel. As you know, in the POD space, I'm assuming that the 180 or so of you who are on here right now, I think the vast majority of you have either at one point in time sold apparel, or you currently sell apparel, or you've at least thought about selling apparel. And when you're looking at this difference, this contrast, I put this here for a reason. If you look at the 40-ounce tumblers, you need about 200 products. Now, this is assuming I put that little success badge text thing down there on purpose. What I mean by this is if you do it right, if you do it right for the tumblers, or if you do it right for the t-shirts, if you actually build correctly, you would need about 200 products for the 40-ounce tumblers. You're going to get 2x the margin on there, and you're going to have lower competition. Amazing setup. If you did it for the t-shirts to get the exact same goal, or to get to like a good successful level, quote unquote, you're looking at 1,000 plus products needed. You'd have half the margin per sale, and you're gonna have higher competition. So literally with this contrast, I'm not just trying to sell you on this. Again, you look at the market, you learn from the market. Like, just look and see. With this base setup, you would need to 20x the amount of quality output to achieve the same result with t-shirts. So what I mean by that is you'd have to 20x your output to make the same amount of profit. The actual profit you make. Hopefully you're not in like a non-profit business where you're just trying to just sell t-shirts for fun and not make any money. Maybe you are. That's good for you. But hopefully you're trying to actually make some money doing this, not just make revenue. And with that being said, you literally do the math. It's 5 times the amount of products, but it's half the margin. It's an insane amount of output difference that you're going to need. So for every day and a half of work is like a month of work for t-shirts. It's insane. Like, really look at it, really study it, really understand it. It's insane what you need to do. You would need to, instead of having 200 products launched, you would need 2,000 products launched to be getting to the same level. It's absolutely insane, the difference between these two. Okay, let's get into some tutorials here for this product. I'm gonna take another drink here. All right. So we're going to jump into some tutorials. It might be a little messy because I'll be bouncing around from tab to tab. I'll make sure I'm sharing my screen right, but we're going to look through setting up your Etsy listing first off and making sure you have it set up on ICP correctly with your low display price. We'll look at the calculated shipping, how you can actually calculate that on Etsy so you can understand that better. We'll look at just setting up your variations with SKUs back to ICP, linking everything up. And then the 24-hour sale for conversion for those of you who don't know how to actually do this. So let's jump into it here. I'm going to have to go out of here. Let's go like this. And we're going to jump over first to Etsy. All right. Perfect. I can see the screen here, which is great. All right. And listings. Now, one thing you guys may have noticed is I always talk about in tutorials and whatnot to make sure you are launching your listings on Etsy first and then linking back to Inner Circle Prints. The reason why I always harp on this is once you get one listing built out in full, it will save you so much time. You want to re-put in your materials list in your description and, the category on Etsy it sits in your shipping profile and so many things. You really just come into your listing tab. You can go in and you can click on the drop down and click copy. And you'll get a brand new fresh listing with a fresh listing ID ready to go. And you really generally will only swap out your photos, your title, your tags, and your top of description. That's really all you're going to change out. So it's going to really help you with output. So if you're not already doing that, I highly encourage you. This is why we have our software set the way we do, because it's way better to link than to launch from a software, in my opinion. I think Etsy retains the information for you. So use Etsy. They're going to help you out there. Now, I already set this item up so we can actually look at it for some of these things here. So let's go into this listing. And let me zoom back out so we can actually see the whole thing. Now, this is just kind of like you call it a dummy listing or just like a template listing. It's nothing actually here. It's all just a little test product setup. But first and foremost, for the actual display price, we're going to talk about the setup with your variations and getting that low display price. So in the case of you're setting up your listing for a 40-ounce tumbler and you want to leverage the low display price of $19.99, and you're going to do that with a 20-ounce tumbler, And then you're going to have the 40-ounce tumbler at $27.99. You need to use the variation. Now, to do this on Etsy, I'm just going to go into edit. I already have this set up. You would go into your variation spot on the listing, and you're going to add in your variation. In this case, I just named it test variations to make it simple. I went down and I just added in my 2 variations. I have a 20-ounce variation and I have a 40-ounce variation. And that's it. So I just set up both of those and I added them in. Once I'm done with that, then I just need to make sure that I have my prices vary and my SKUs. I actually turn that on. Prices vary and then my SKUs vary. So I'm going to have different SKUs for each of these and we have different price points for each of these. And then I'll apply that. So now I have my section for my SKU, whatever I'm going to name it here, for the 20-ounce and for the 40-ounce, which is going to be really important to link back to Inner Circle Prints. And then I have my 2 pricing spots here. Now, if I was to want the $19.99 price point, I would need to be at, if I can do quick math here, I should have thought this before, $39.98, I believe. Now, if I want to be to $27.99, someone do the math for me, please, in the chat. What's 50% off sale for $27.99? If I wanted to be double $27.99, what would my price point need to be? Someone let me know in the chat so I don't have to do the calculation. There we go. 55. Oh boy. We got different numbers. 55, 53. Well, all right, guys. Which one is it? We got $53.99. I'm about to get on my calculator. $55.98. We're going with $55.98. If you guys are wrong, it's on you, not me. Perfect. All right. So we have our 20-ounce test, our 40-ounce test for our SKUs. And we got our $39.98 for our $19.99 after our 50% off sale. And we got our $55.98 for our $27.99 after our 50% off sale setup. So we have that set and ready to go. I'm just isolating this for right now. I've already had it set up on Inner Circle Prints, but I want to show you if I was doing this, from a launching standpoint. So if I go back to the catalog and I want to start out with making sure I have one 40-ounce and one 20-ounce product made. If I have a product here, this is called the Day 1 Tumbler. That's what we're gonna call it. And I'll actually just go to my products tab. I'm going to delete these guys. We're going to remake these. We're going to go delete. Yes. And then we're going to go delete. Yes. All right. We're going to get rid of these. And we're going to go back to our catalog now. Let's go here. So we'll start out with our 40-ounce tumbler. We're going to call this Day 1 Tumbler for fun. And then I already have, I believe, if I was prepared, yes, I was. I have my Day 1 design here. So I'm on the 40-ounce template. So I'm going to go ahead and just download this. I'm going to go to share and download. And we're going to go transparent background. And we want to do current page 3. All right. We're going to download this bad boy to generate a little mock-up here. While that's downloading, I'm going to go ahead and link up my design. So I'm going to take this URL from this Day 1 design. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to link it up right here. So I have my Canva design linked up with my product and I just downloaded that. So since that's downloaded, I'm going to go here and we're going to generate a thumbnail for this guy. Give this a second. We'll go upload artwork and then we just did this one right here. We'll throw the Day 1 on there. Make sure it's good to go and add design and generate thumbnail. So we're going to generate a thumbnail here. We'll let it do its thing. All right. And then we're going to link it to the platform. Now, when we're linking here, we're not going to use the product list ID. I'm just going to utilize the SKUs and the SKUs only. So we're going to go here and we're going to grab the 40-ounce test. So whenever you're getting SKUs, make sure you copy and paste. Don't actually link the wrong SKU, the wrong item, whatever, or type it in wrong. You want to make sure you have it right. So make it a habit, copy and paste. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go add SKUs. We're going to paste this bad boy in. And then for my Canva URL, I'll keep it this one right here. So I'm just going to copy this guy and we're going to drop it in. Perfect. And we're going to link this. And then now that we have it linked here, we're good to go. We only have the one. So I'm going to go ahead and click add to products and we're going to go view our product. So we got our Day 1 Tumbler here. We have our design linked. And if you want to see the SKUs, we go over to the SKU side on the right-hand side. You can see we have the 40-ounce test SKU right here. So we're good to go with that one. Now we're going to do the same exact thing for the 20-ounce one, except for we're going to put the 20-ounce SKU in. So we're going to go to our catalog, 20-ounce Tumbler. I should have named it Day 1 40, but I'll just name this one Day 1 20-ounce. That's fine. That'll work. And then we're going to go with the same. We're going to go with this one. That's fine. And then we're going to go here, just saving some time, rapid firing. I'm going to throw the same graphic on here. You guys could, utilize the correct artwork, obviously. For if you want to have a 20-ounce variation, you should probably have artwork prepared for it. But in this case, I'm just going to throw the same design on there. It should work fine in this case for the training purposes. We'll add that on there. That'll work for this, and we're going to add that in. We'll let that do its thing. All right, now we need to link the correct SKU. So I'm going to go over here, and we're going to grab 20-ounce test, and we're going to go back to ICP, and I'm going to go add SKUs, paste that bad boy in there. We'll throw that Canva URL in, and link product. All right, and now that's linked, we're going to go add to products, and we're going to view our product. We go over to our SKU section. We have our 20-ounce test. So we are good to go there. Now, just to show you guys, I did place a test order earlier with these. So I'm going to delete this real quick from here. We're going to delete. It's a test order on Etsy. So if I fetch my orders from Etsy right now, I have a sale that has been generated on this exact listing over here, which has a 20-ounce test and 40-ounce test SKUs on there. So if I go here and I go fetch orders from Etsy, it'll pull in my 20-ounce tumbler and my 40-ounce tumbler here. So depending on which one you sell. Now, if you have this set up for your listing, the 20-ounce tumbler is not your focus. It's just a tactic. This is an offer tactic. So you're probably not going to sell very many of the 20 ounces, but when you do, you want to make sure it fetches correctly. So make sure you set it up with SKUs so it's actually done right. So if it does sell, you don't actually fulfill it as a 40-ounce and you only made $19.99 in revenue on that one. So anyways, that is your setup for the actual SKU. So remember, you manage your variations. You make sure you've set up your variations. In this case, you might name it like tumbler size. And then you would have your prices vary, your SKUs vary. You make sure you have the correct SKUs in place, the correct pricing in place, and then you can link them up to ICP. All right. So that's step number one. Let's go back over here. No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. So that takes care of our low display price. Now, if we're looking at calculated shipping, let's go back to our listing and let's scroll down. So when you're doing calculated shipping, we go down here. We're going to go into, we're going to change this. We're going to go 40-ounce calculated. Apply that bad boy. Now, with our calculated shipping in place, we need to set up the item weight. Now, the weight is what's going to change your margin on your item. If you want to make more on your shipping, you need to put more of a weight in here. You need, instead of putting 10 ounces, you might put 1.5 pounds. And so you can actually test this out, and Etsy will let you see what the actual amount is. We're going to start out with, just for fun, let's start out with a lesser weight. Let's go 8 ounces for this. So I put in 8 ounces. We're going to just do 12 by 6 by 4. And we're going to go preview shipping costs. So this is where Etsy lets you calculate it. So you can say, okay, I want it to, if the buyer lives in New York City, here's how much it's going to charge the buyer. It'll charge $5.34. Chicago, $5.21. Los Angeles, $4.83. And you can put in a custom zip code if you want. So you can really see what it's going to be. So that's not going to be enough. That's way underneath our target price point of $8 to $9. So I'm going to increase this to, let's go to 15 ounces. Let's see what 15 does. 15 ounces, I'm looking at Los Angeles, $6.15, Denver, $6.75, Chicago, $7.07. So not quite enough. So maybe I'll go 1 pound, 6 ounces, for example. Now I just had a big jump. No, whoa, I'm at like $12. So I might need to scale back a little bit. Let's see what 1 pound even is. Okay, so 1 pound even, we're looking at $8.69 if it's going to Chicago. Denver, $7.50. New York's $9.20. $6.41. So I might go like 1 pound and 2 ounces. Maybe that will get me there. So again, you got to really play with the weight and dimensions and see some of your differences here and get yourself a good range. I think 1 pound is going to roughly give me what I'm looking for, depending on where it's specifically going here. But you need to play with this. You can play with the weight, you can play with the dimensions, and you can make sure that that's set for your calculated shipping. Now, again, target price points, $8 to $9, roughly speaking, but you can go more or you can go less depending on what you want to do with your calculated shipping. All right, next, I guess actually the one thing I didn't show you with that though, just so you guys know, for the actual shipping profile itself, I would recommend that you have it set properly. So there's one thing that a lot of people run into. I'm glad I remember this. I need to skip past this. Our print provider in California, the zip code is not registering on Etsy. So you can put like an LA zip code. They're like 20 minutes from LA. Right around Los Angeles, if it registers the zip code for Etsy, you're good to go. For whatever reason, they're again 15, 20 minutes from LA. That's where they're at, but it doesn't register a lot of times when you try to input it in. So this zip code will work. You can put in a different one as well. Um, and they're 1 to 3 days for processing if you're actually processing your orders efficiently. So that means an order comes in, you're going to process it within that same day at some point, would be what I'd put there. You can go to 1 to 4 days if you need to give yourself an extra day. It just depends on how fast you're processing your orders. You want to make sure you're set to North America. We do not ship internationally, so you need to make sure it's set to North America. And then for your shipping upgrade, you can do priority mail for your shipping upgrade there. That's what we offer. We don't offer anything else. So don't plug in any other shipping services there for your calculated shipping. So that's what you're going to want to do for your setup with that. Okay. And then for your sale price, whoops, there we go. Let's go back over. We're going to go off this listing here. We're going to discard the changes. That's why I can't see them. Like, where is my page at? And then for your marketing tab, if you go to your sales and discounts, if you want to set up that 50% off sale, this is how you're going to do it. So you go to marketing, sales and discounts, and go run a sale. And you're going to choose to do a 50% off sale. And with this being said, you can run it like if you want to do like the same day you can. If you want to go from like one day to another, you can do that as well. Like, so let's say I did from the 9th to the 10th. So it'd expire Tuesday. And then you can name it whatever, ICP sale, that works. I'll do ICP sale 1, 2, 3. I'll go continue. You can choose either all listings or select your listings. I'm just going to do all my listings because I got literally one right here, and then confirm and create. And that's it. Now you just got to remember to set your sales. I think there is some tools that can automate that for you. I literally had 4 shops, Wimley Mugs, Wimley Littles, Wimley Apparel, and Sigmo Creations. And every single night before I go to bed, my wife would always know it. I have my phone, like, oh, I forgot to set the sales. And I would literally go into my app and I go one shop to another, to another, to another, to another. And I'd set all my sales every single day. I did that literally for 3 years straight. So that's what I did. You can pick a more efficient method, but that's the route I went there. So that's going to get you again, let's go back over here. That's going to get you your low display price. That's going to get you your calculated shipping. Your variations are set with those 2 SKUs you have there. You've linked them up to ICP, and then you've turned on your 24-hour sale. So that's the base foundation of what I'd be doing. Now, you, again, choose those numbers wisely. Do it for yourself, however you think is best fit. But I think that is the best setup when it comes to offer tactics and price points, which are super, super important to this process. All right, let's continue. I know I see the chat blowing up. I can't read it all. It's coming in too fast. So I'm going to skip past that. All right. So this is where things get really, really important. And this will really connect when Jessie G is doing her design portion of the training on day 3. But I want to tell you on day 1 so you understand this filter. Now, this filter right here is something you should be doing all the time. No matter if you sell 40-ounce tumblers, t-shirts, it doesn't matter what it is. You need to be always thinking through this process. So first and foremost, for context here, if you don't know what a high potential product list is, go watch the Start Here training or go watch my course on YouTube. You got to understand how to build a high potential product list for this to fully make sense. But if you haven't done that, go watch that and then rewatch this section here. It'll make sense. But most of you, I believe, know what a high potential product list is. All it is where you have found the best shops for the product type that you sell in, and you've ran Everbee on them to extract out their listing data. You've then removed duplicates, you removed irrelevant products, you removed trademark infringement, and you got a bunch of great selling products for the product type you're selling in right in front of you on one giant spreadsheet. You've also cut out poor performers, so anything underneath 20 sales. So you're really just looking at the main products that have sold the most, which means on a platform, those are the products that actually have search volume behind them. So with that in place, you need to think of it this way. With the method you're doing right now, you're looking at a high potential product type. In this case, your high potential product is the 40-ounce tumbler. You've then gone out and you found those top shops. That's allowed you to then build your high potential product list. Once you've curated down and gotten your finalized high potential product list and it's good to go, you need to check and see if those are active or inactive micro markets. So micro market is some people call them niches. I call them micro markets because sometimes to me, like I guess grandma Tumbler doesn't sound like a niche to me, but it's like it's a micro market. It's like the whole market. Here's one little mini market, and it's a grandma Tumbler or a cat mom Tumbler or a bee Tumbler, whatever it may be. Those are all micro markets. Now, with this, the difference between an active micro market and an inactive micro market comes down to current demand. That means today, right now, this week, this month, not a year ago, today. So when you're looking at an active micro market, you'll see listings with bestseller badges, you'll see popular now badges, you'll see 20 plus in carts, you'll see last sold today or yesterday. You're going to see these metrics that Etsy is giving you right on the listings. You're going to see that inside those micro markets. Now, if you are noticing that the market is missing these metrics and nothing is currently popping off, quote unquote, you have found yourself an inactive micro market. And this could be due to seasonality or that the product once did well, but no longer has much demand. So I suggest that you only ever focus on active micro markets, or the ones that you're anticipating an uptick for like a verified event in the near future. But I can't emphasize this enough. When you build out your high potential product list, do not blindly scale it out. You should always be prioritizing your time. In the POD space, how much potential do you have? An insane amount. You have dozens of product types you could focus on. You have hundreds and hundreds of micro markets within each of those product types that you could also be focusing on. So in my opinion, you should always be focusing on the best product type with the most active micro markets. An active micro market just means there is buyers today. Hands down, there's no question. If you're seeing bestseller badges and popular now and 20 plus in carts and they last sold today or they last sold yesterday, that means there's current demand, current search volume. And so you need to verify that the products you're working on, that you're designing, have those metrics. If they don't have those metrics, they are an inactive market. And that could be, sometimes the case is that it did really well a year ago or 2 years ago, and Everbee collected a lot of data for you. So you see a lot of sales history on it. But currently, it's just not there. And that could be due to seasonality, or that could be due to a micro market that kind of failed over time. So you got to be really careful with this process. Now, when you're going through the process and you're looking at a micro market, this is a question I've gotten a lot with the 40-ounce tumblers. So 20-ounce tumbler, 30-ounce tumbler, 40-ounce tumbler, 60-ounce tumbler. I don't know if those are out there. Maybe they are. It doesn't matter. So with that being said, you don't have to worry about like filtering down, like, okay, I only need to look at a micro market that has just the 40-ounce tumblers. That's not the case. It's actually a good thing if you see an active micro market. So let's say you're looking at a micro market and you're like, okay, there's like a bunch of 20 ounces that are doing really, really well, but there's like no 40 ounces. You're like, oof, that's not good. No, that's great. It's really good. If you're seeing a market that's under leveraged like that and you jump on it quickly, you're going to be one of the only sellers that's going to have the 40 ouncer there. And it's the top variation for the product type. It will start selling, almost guaranteed. I'm not going to guarantee it, but probably almost guaranteed it will start selling. And so it doesn't matter the variation. If you're looking at an active micro market and there's other variations selling well, great. The 40-ounce one will probably do well too. And learn from those. And this is, again, something that Jesse G will help connect in the design tutorial. The 4-ouncers have some nuances to design with them with leveraging parallel markets, because there is a little bit less data out there for them, which is a good thing. So she'll teach you how to design for those. But again, don't discard a micro market off your list because it's like 20 ounces that are selling and not 40 ounces. It's a good thing if the 40 ounces aren't built yet. Okay, so when identifying what an active micro market is, here is your framework. You need to go through this process. So first off, you're looking at the first 4 listings underneath the ads. So as you see, I circled that big, huge circles. It's on purpose because don't reference those ad slots, even though there might be some good data there. If those are actually selling well, they'll be ranked right below. So in this case, you can see the bestseller badges there, bestseller badge, bestseller, right in the ad by Etsy seller. However, a lot of times they're paying for placement and they might not actually be selling that well. So just make sure you're not referencing this row, reference the row underneath. Now, when you're doing this, you are always in incognito mode. Do not be like, you got to understand, if you are just on Etsy and you've been doing a bunch of research in a non-incognito or non-private browsing window tab, Etsy is tracking you as a buyer. They're thinking, oh, you've looked at this shop, you've clicked on this item, you want to buy this, so we want to show you that. So that means you're going to get a false perception of rank. the easiest way to see the most accurate version of rank is when you're in incognito mode and looking at the micro market. Now, what is the micro market? The micro market is whatever you've typed into the search bar. In this case, the micro market is mom Tumbler. You can see up here, I have mom Tumbler typed in. Whatever I type in is technically the micro market I'm looking at. So if I've typed in mom Tumbler, that's the micro market. When you're doing this process, you do not need to type in 40-ounce mom Tumbler. Look at the broad market. That is Tumbler. Tumbler is your main product type keyword. So you're looking at the market in whole for all tumblers. But you need to go again from your high potential product list, identify what the micro market is, and then you need to go into incognito mode and search it. Now, underneath those first 4 listings, like I was just saying, you're looking to see what's happening right there. So these first 4 are the top ranked products for the phrase you've typed in the search bar. Again, the micro market. And remember, if you're in incognito mode, rank equals sales velocity. Like I said before, Etsy is looking at 2 main metrics: click-through rate and conversion rate. Conversion rate is the cure-all. If your conversion rate goes through the roof, Etsy's like, whoa, we want to show some more people because the percentage is higher that people buy this product over others. And so you can drive rank for a lot of different terms, but remember, whatever term you're looking at, whatever see you listing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 underneath ads that are not ad slots, that's literally the actual rank for that keyword. Okay. So when you're looking at those 4 listings, you should be looking for at least 1 or 2 of them to have these metrics, which are a bestseller badge, a popular now badge, in 20 plus carts, in demand. 12 people bought this, 5 people bought this, 2 people bought this, 1 people bought this in the last 24 hours. Listed on a very close date, usually today or yesterday. You're looking to see that data, 20 plus views in the last 24 hours. The best possible data that you can leverage as a seller is the data on a platform. Like Everbee is an amazing tool. There's other cool tools out there too, but Everbee is definitely one of the best tools, hands down. But Everbee is just a tool. If Etsy is showing you this is a bestseller, this is popular now, last sold today, it has 20 plus views, it has 14 sales last 24 hours. That is the data you want to reference the most. If you're only ever looking at this data, it means you're spending your time where it matters most. You're going to learn the right things about design, learn the right things about the photos, learn the right things about offer tactics, pricing, everything. If you're always studying these type of products, ones that have these metrics on them, don't be studying, the products that have poor metrics on them. That's not going to do any good for you. So again, make sure the micro market you're looking at has these metrics and you're good to go. And you're looking again for 1 or 2 of them to have it, ideally in the top row. Now, technically speaking, it could be in the second row or the third row. Once you get about the halfway point on the page, like 15, 20 listings down, now you're getting too far down. If there's metrics there, they're just not ranked for that keyword you're looking at. So the further down you get is lower and lower and lower rank for the keyword you typed in. If you deemed the micro market to be a mom Tumbler, this is why it's so important to look at that first row or 2 underneath the ad slots and be looking for these metrics specifically. Okay. All right. I don't know. Was there a sound issue? I just saw some issues. Are we good? Give me a thumbs up or a yes if we are good to go on sound. Okay, cool. Good. All right, love it. All right, so let's jump into some micro markets here, and let's do this process together. So what I want you guys to do is I didn't choose any micro markets at a time. I just want to see what's happening. So what I want to do is I want you guys to just drop some micro markets in the chat specifically for the 40-ounce tumbler. So all I have to say is, whatever the descriptive side is plus tumbler. And we're going to look and see, are these active or inactive? You can give me some difficult ones, some easy ones, etc. Man, a lot of people like dog mom. I saw dog mom and teacher just popping off. Bridesmaids, teacher, dog mom, back to school, pickleball. All right, we're going to start out with pickleball because that one sounds fun. I think there's a weird trend going on with pickleball right now. I know it's been a popular sport for a long time, but I feel like it's really it picked up these days. All right, so first things first, what do? We go in incognito mode. So we're going to go here, new incognito window, and we're going to go to Etsy. Oh, I got to show the right page. Hold on. Let me get my screen share set right. Let's go back over here, share. And let's choose the right one. Hold on, guys. You're going to see me large for a second. Share my screen. Let me choose my incognito window. There we go. And let's make this the big one right here. Okay. All right. So we have this set. So we're going to look at pickleball tumbler. Now, when you're doing this, remember, if you've been in one incognito window, this is the frustrating part. Like, if you sat in an incognito window, Etsy literally starts tracking you as a buyer, literally right here. They start tracking you. So, like, you can't keep the same window open. You need to close out and reopen every time you're checking a new macro market. So what I suggest doing is when you're doing your research, as long as you can hold off on, don't click on any listings. Then when you've done some different searches and whatnot, then you can start clicking on listings. Now, this is not applicable for the active micro markets. That's just in general. But as soon as you start clicking on listings, Etsy's tracking you as a buyer. You have to close out the window. So in this case, though, first row underneath these ad by sellers, I see no bestseller badges, no popular nows. I see a bestseller right here, $34.99. They got the full print and the color, so that they're bringing some value with that one. We're gonna open up this one. This one's like the Yeti setup. But Yeti is like one if it's like the branding is like really front and center. I'm a little bit less intrigued by it because I feel like people are buying for that. But let's open up 5 of them. So I open up the top 4 plus this bestseller here. Now for this one, we got in 10 carts. So that's good. We got that metric. If I scroll down, last sold yesterday, I think. If I know my days of the week, it's last sold yesterday. Okay, that's better than I thought. 20 plus carts for this Yeti pickleball one. And it last sold today. Awesome. 5 views in the last 24 hours. So people are looking. This one's more of like a water bottle. Still going to reference it from it's ranked for the term Tumblers. So that's good. And it has had a lot of favorites in the past. I think this makes sense for pickleball because they like that setup for the item. It last sold 2 days ago. This one is in 5 carts and it last sold about 10 days ago. And then this one's in 15 carts. Bestseller badge. And it last sold 3 days ago. So I would say this definitely qualifies. It's actually, I'm not surprised. Pickleball has been popping off. I don't know what's going on, but pickleball is popping off. So I will say this is meeting the base criteria. We did see one bestseller badge. We did actually see multiple in carts, and the sales history though, like it looks like they're selling at least like every couple days they're selling. Some of them, one of them today, a couple of them the last 2 days. So that's enough data to say, okay, that's actually worth my time. So pickleball does qualify. All right, let's do this again. We're going to do a few of these. I got to close out, though, this window. Going to make me big again. See if I can do it faster this time. Let's see. You guys give me plenty of micro markets to choose from. New incognito window, share screen, and window. This is the one I want. Share, and we'll just make sure this is the big one. Okay, let's try this again. So now let me see. SLP, book lover, Tumbler, realtor. Now I'm curious which one do I want to try. I'm gonna go with one that I think is gonna be popular. I'm gonna go with Bachelorette. I'm assuming it's summer. That's probably actually Bridesmaids. That's probably gonna be like a really good one. I saw you guys say Bridesmaids too. Bridesmaid, Tumbler. Okay. This one right here is, you see, bestseller, popular now. This one doesn't have anything, but it's ranked number 3. I see popular now. It's glass, though. Bestseller, a little bit different variation. We got some 40 ounces on there. All right, we're going to open up a few here. So in this case, I'm going to go open. I want to get kind of specific here. So you can do this too. Like I'm like kind of going around some of these because since I do have enough data in front of me, I think this is going to work. I'm going to kind of open a different few. We're going to do these and this one. All right. So we got in 8 carts, bestseller 3 days ago. Man, that's surprising to me. This one right here, June 3rd. Interesting. In 20 carts, people are liking this style right now, this separate style tumbler. June 9th, crushing it. This one last sold May 31st. Interesting setup we got here. Interesting. Gonna open a few more. Let's see. That's an ad by seller. I'm just gonna see. Got some bestsellers down here. Popular now. I mean, this is definitely active. I'm a little bit confused on the setup here. That rank surprised me. This one kind of shocked me a little bit. There's enough data though to tell. I'll tell you right now, popular now bestsellers, they're all over the place. Just in the first little batch of listings, there wasn't as much happening as I expected there to be, but that's a-okay. This is definitely still qualified with the bestseller, last sold in the last couple of days, so we're good there. Let's try one more here for fun, just to get a feel for it. Now, again, you need to be doing this every single time, making sure that you are going through this process and checking thoroughly. The more thorough you can get, the better, to make sure you're doing things right. All right, let's share this one. And one last one, so you guys don't have to see me do this 10 more times. Let's go here and share. There we go. And good to go. Okay, last one we'll do. Let's try. Please slow down when scrolling. Sorry, guys. I'm a rapid fire scroller. I'm sorry. Let's see. We'll go into questions in a second. We'll have lots of Q&A right after this. I'm gonna do one more. SLP Tumbler. Let's go here. So SLP. See what we got going. We got this one, this one, this one, this one. Let's do two more for funsies. All right. We have a bestseller badge on this one. In demand. 2 people bought this in the last 24 hours. Okay, good. Down here, we have listed on June 9th. So that's good there. So it's, yeah, last sold today. 7 views in the last 24 hours with the bestseller badge. So that's a good metric there. Down here, May 28th. Surprising. So that's a bestseller. It's last sold, though, 12 days ago. This one right here, $17.99. Scroll down. May 24th, pretty big drop. Interesting. And then this one right here, no badge, no sales history. They're selling for $29 though. I don't know, that's a little steep. May 23rd, 14 favorites. This one, let's see here. May 28th. So, I mean, it's there. Interesting setup. This one's definitely sold by far the best. This one, though, on the ad slot, I'm surprised. What this tells you right there is that, like, this seller right here, let's see, are they on this page? They're all the way down here. So in this case, look at this. See this seller here? They're a bestseller with SLP. That is clearly the micro market. But you see they have the ad slot here, bestseller. That means they're ranked and selling through an alternative keyword of some sort. This is why it's so important to check competitor rank and not just assume you know where they're ranked at. Because in this case, like, they are ranked, but like, these products are ranked ahead of it. So if these products are all ranked ahead of this one, but it's a bestseller and it says SLP, boom, front and center, it means that they're selling the majority of their sales through a different keyword. Interesting take there. I'm surprised on that one. But anyways, this is the process though. You got to go manually through it. The more manual you get into this process, you'll start to see big discrepancies. Sometimes you'll see certain micro markets where, like, whoa, these ones are like crazy on fire right now. There's like 10 a day on like multiple listings that have just sold. Then you'll see other micro markets where you'd be like, wow, those should be really good, but they're not. And this is why you always want to be double checking and making sure you're only focusing your time and efforts on active micro markets, and you'll be a lot better off. Okay, let's stop the share there. I think we got, I don't remember if we have one more slide or where we're at. We're going to present this bad boy though, and we're going to share that. And then we're going to be jumping into Q&A very, very quick here. Let's see. Boom, share. All right. And one more time, make you guys dizzy. One last time. There we go. Now we're good. Perfect. So your guys' homework is this. I want to give you homework each night of the challenge to make sure you guys are actively participating and going along with this process. Your goal is to identify 20 or more active micro markets that you will take on directly after the challenge is complete. So you're going to be learning for the next, 3 days after this, everything, building photo templates, building out your designs, actually keywording, developing, getting your listings live. And I want you to be ready to go with 20 verified active micro markets. Now, I would ideally like you to do this where the 20 micro markets you choose, you feel like, first off, you're more geared towards designing for those ones. You might maybe know the market a little bit. You might be more intrigued by one. You might say, hey, after looking at that micro market, I could do XYZ thing that helped me stand out. Maybe you see an opportunity. I want you to try to be selective. This is why I didn't tell you to find 50. I want you to find 20 or more. Take your time, spend an hour doing this, find 20 or more, and make sure they're the ones that you're like, yes, these are the ones I want to focus on right as soon as we're done with this challenge. And I want to go, put myself into action, actually get this done and scale out these 20 in front of me with everything I've learned in the challenge. All right, now remember, before we get in the Q&A, don't forget, if you want to be entered in for one of those spots for the 3 12-month mentorships we're giving away on day 4, at the end of day 4, make sure you go to that link. I did drop it into the chat earlier. I'll drop it in one more time just to make sure you guys got it. Please, please, please make sure you guys are only doing this if you are sure you want to be committed for the next 12 months. Don't be finicky with it. We want to make sure these 3 people are deserving, they're excited, and they're ready to be served for the full 12 months. So let me grab this link and then we'll jump into some Q&A here. For those of you who don't know, Connor had a like $116,000 month specifically just with these tumblers. He ran more than 116K. But the peak 30 days of teacher appreciation, nurse appreciation, Mother's Day, Connor and Lauren ran again 116K with this product type right here. So I want you guys to, the best you can, absorb. Like, you guys have the opportunity right now to learn for the next probably hour and a half or so from a 7-figure seller with a product type that they just ran 6 figures with right out of the gate. So make sure you pull everything you can from today's session and apply it. One thing I will say is this: everything you learned today, think of it as equipping rather than copying. You want to equip yourself. So what Connor's going to direct you guys towards is, the ability to jump into the Tumbler market and actually extract out this information, build out, a vision board for your photo templates, and actually execute with the right style and the right theme, the right hot and cold points, everything conveyed in the manner that you want to convey it to maximize your conversion, to, really find success with this product type. But with that being said, the only way you get to that level, and why, again, Connor and Lauren are so successful with this product type and many others, is because they don't avoid the work. They dive deep into it. I would say the manual work, where you have to actually look at listing after listing and shop after shop and review after review. And you got to be able to build with everything you're learning. So let today's session equip you guys and prepare you for your build. So I'm super excited. Thanks so much, Connor, for leading today's session.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Jesse. Excited to jump into it.
Yes, yeah. I'll let you take it from here. I'm going to mute myself and I'll pop back on if I need to.
All right, cool. All right, guys, welcome to day 2 of the challenge. We'll jump right into it because, like Jesse said, I have a ton of info that I want to cover here today. So just to summarize, this is the 4-day challenge. I'm sure a lot of you guys were on yesterday. If not, you can go back and watch that recording where Jesse covered kind of the intro, the potential of the 40-ounce tumblers, a pricing structure, some offer tactics, and some basic Etsy and ICP connection and setup. And hopefully you guys were able to dive into that homework assignment and you have your 20 micro markets that you've identified. If you guys want to let me know in the chat how that went, were you guys able to find those 20 active micro markets following along what Jesse was doing yesterday? Nice. I see 15 so far, halfway. Cool. Yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of you guys were able to get that done. So that's awesome to hear. If you haven't been able to do that, that's fine. Like I said, you can go back and rewatch that and complete that first assignment. But today we're at day 2. And so we're going to talk about and focus on photo templates, specifically researching, developing, and then we're going to go through a full build out and create a set of listing photo templates. So keep going here. Some day 2 overview. These are the 5 or so basic topics that we want to hit on. So I want to cover some just real basics to photo templates, what they are. We want to talk about and touch on some research and how we approach that. I also really want to focus on, like Jesse said up front, I want you guys to be equipped and start to develop the skill set so that you can be a leader, not only in this product category, but in future ones. There's going to be continuous new opportunities that Jesse brings to the table and new strategic products. And I want you guys to be equipped to jump on new products like Lauren and I just did and not be a follower, but be able to be a leader in those markets. And the next thing, we want to go through a full sample photo template build out, and then we're going to jump into some Q&A. So those are the things we want to cover today, and we'll keep going here. Can you guys see the full screen? I just want to double check. Are you seeing me full screen? Are you seeing? Okay, we're good.
I think we're good. Yeah, I see full screen on the slides.
Cool. All right. So like Jesse said yesterday, I just want to highlight this again. So Jesse's giving away basically a full free 12 months of mentorship with one of the coaches. So either myself, Lauren, or Jesse G. And that'll be given away to 3 of you guys who sign up. And I'll put the link here in the chat in a second. And that'll be announced at the end of day 4. And so like Jesse said yesterday, like fill out that application, explain why you deserve that spot. He really wants to hear like your story and why you deserve the spot rather than someone else. And we're really only looking for those people who are like super dedicated, who are going to see that through, who want to work with us, who want to utilize us and extract all the knowledge that we've built over the years and work with us for those full 12 months and just take your business to the next level. So I'm going to put that in the chat. And if you guys haven't filled that out, you're interested, feel free to fill that out. All right. And then I'll just touch on this briefly because Jesse talked about it yesterday, but what that mentorship or coaching program would include would be one-on-one coaching with myself, Lauren, or Jesse G. You get daily support in our private Slack channel with us one-on-one for 12 months. You get one-on-one coaching calls on Zoom bi-weekly, 2 times a month, and you get a private access to the community with a bunch of other ICP sellers who are doing the same thing as you. All right, so let's jump into some of the basics, the listing photo templates. So I want to start here just to ground everyone. I know there's some new people in here who maybe haven't even started selling on Etsy at all, and that's fine. Maybe there's other people who are more experienced, but I want to start from the basics just so everyone's on the same page. And so listing photo templates are basically the set of images that are designed by you to communicate your product and your offer to your potential customer. And so the goal when we talk about listing photo templates is to create a set of evergreen listing photo templates that can be used over and over again for 95%, if not more, of your 40-ounce Tumbler listings. So we're going to come up with a set of templates so we can continuously overlay different designs for different micro markets and continuously reuse those throughout. And they're going to be the best set that we can come up with, and continue to use that over and over again. I included a pro tip here that so customers shop with their eyes. That seems obvious, but I see far too many people rush through this process and just put up average listing photos, and it's a huge mistake. You guys want to spend a lot of time on this. It's your number one way to stand out from your competition, and so they're very much worthwhile of your time. All right, some more basics here. I just wanted to highlight some key terms, some terms that maybe I'm going to use throughout this training here, and I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. And so mock-up images, we're going to define that as the product images or photos for the product. These typically can be found on Etsy. There's a bunch of different mock-up stores. I'll give you guys an example here in a couple minutes. The thumbnail, that's what I refer to as the first photo or the image that the customer sees in search before clicking on your listing. So that's, in my opinion, the most important of your listing photos. That's what gets you that click and gives you the chance of getting that sale. And then we often talk about badges. And so when we refer to a badge, it's basically a set of overlaid text or an element that is meant to increase that click-through rate, that CTR, by catching the eye of the customer in that search window while emphasizing that key value point. And so it's a way to stand out in search and really grab the attention and get that click, increase that click through rate. And so we'll walk through an example of what a badge looks like later on today. All right. So, like I mentioned, you can find some of these 40-ounce tumbler mock-ups on Etsy. I'm highlighting a store here specifically, Moxie Mama. You can see the link there. Whitney, who is one of ICP's members, she's been a student of ours for the last year or so, and she has an amazing skill set in photography. She's graciously put these mock-ups that she's taken and taken her own time to take them and create Photoshop mock-ups, and they're the exact product that the ICP Tumbler is. I'm sure a lot of you guys have already seen this, but if you haven't, like, I would absolutely go to these mock-ups. They're the best ones that are out there. They resemble the exact product that we're selling. And she's continuing to add mock-ups over time. She has a bunch of other ICP products that she started to add there as well. And she's not just a photographer. I want to highlight that as well. Like, Whitney has done 7 figures on Etsy herself. She's a very experienced seller in e-commerce in general. Like, she knows what she's doing. These aren't just random photos. They're styled for the customer. And yeah, they're amazing. So great job, Whitney. Just wanted to highlight that. All right. I wanted to talk briefly about some components, in my opinion, of what makes good photo templates. And so, first of all, I think that the photo templates want to be styled for the customer. They want to align with that ideal customer that you identify. You want to be able to effectively communicate the product. You want to inform and educate and excite the customer throughout each one of your listing photos as they click through those. It's important to have cohesive branding and theme, and that can be achieved through consistent colors, consistent fonts throughout. And we'll talk more about that when we work through an example in a few minutes. The language and the word choice is also super important, and you want that to align with who you identify as that potential customer. Like I talked about a little while ago, that the thumbnail image is super important. It's also really important that that's optimized for Etsy and for the potential croppings that Etsy does on their platform, depending on how they display your image and where it's displayed and what device the user is looking on. And then another thing I wanted to highlight was that the product takes up a large percentage of the thumbnail. And specifically for print on demand, that means that your design is easy to see, it's easy to read, it jumps off the page. Remember, a lot of people are shopping on their phone. They're looking at a ton of listings on their screen at once, and you want yours to stand out. You don't want them to have to zoom in or click on the listing to really see what the design is. So those are some of the key components that make up good listing photo templates. All right. So like I said, we're going to jump into a full tutorial here. I have a couple more slides, and then we're basically going to jump over to a Canva file, and I'm going to build out some photo templates with you guys from scratch. All right. So I mentioned we were going to talk a little bit about research. So for the sake of time, I could spend hours on this, and I definitely go in way more detail in the course if you guys have access to that course or you sign up for coaching. But for the sake of time, I've done my research here ahead of this training. When Lauren and I first launched into this product in early April, there were honestly very few shops to reference. And so it wasn't the typical approach that we go through where, you find your shops that are selling the similar product and you really lean on them. What we needed to do and what we did was we leaned on the research from some other drinkware categories. We've been selling in the drinkware product categories for the last couple of years now. We also really leaned on Stanley as the market leader for this exact tumbler style with the handle, the 40-ounce. We really referenced them a lot. And after going through that review of the existing market, as well as Stanley's marketing and just their branding approach, it became very clear to us that there was one potential target customer that we could identify and really focus on and lean on as we created these photo templates. And so we'll get more into who that is, who that customer is in a couple minutes here. But I wanted to highlight this. So the title here, be a leader, not a follower. So Jesse kind of touched on this at the beginning, but I really want to hammer it home. I want to emphasize this to you guys. Please don't just copy another shop's listing photos or the templates I create today. It's not going to serve you guys. It's not only probably not ethical to just copy someone else's work, but like it's not going to help you guys in the long run. You're not going to develop the skill set. You must do your own research. You need to understand your customer and you want to create something that's better than what's currently on the market. My goal is that you guys begin to develop that skill so that you can be a leader in the market and create those best-selling listing photo templates, whether it's for these 40-ounce tumblers right now or if it's a future product in the future. I want you guys to start to be equipped with those skills to be able to do that. And so I kind of touched on this earlier, but if you don't feel like your listing photo templates are the absolute best ones on Etsy, by the time you go through this build out and you draft your set of listing photos, it's a clear indication that you should spend more time on them. Like I said before, you absolutely don't want to rush these. I'm going to go through this really quickly for the sake of time, but these really shouldn't be completed in 1 hour like I'm going to go through here. And you should spend multiple days on these. You should go through multiple iterations. You should have someone review them, give feedback, and they're that important. You want to have them set in stone. You want to be so confident that they're the absolute best ones out there on the market, better than anyone else before you deploy them, so that you never have to go back and make edits and clean up listings and swap out mock-up photos. It's just really going to slow you down and really just throttle your growth. So spend the time up front and really lean into the process and do your research and be confident with what you create. All right. So I wanted to share this vision board that I came up with. And so normally when we talk photo templates, we walk you guys through what we call a vision board exercise. And if I had more time here, I would have started with a blank piece of paper or a blank screen and really built this out for you guys with you and interact more in the chat. But for the sake of time, I went ahead and built out my vision board, and I'm going to explain my thought process and some of those details, and then we'll jump into building out the photo templates themselves. So basically, there's 3 main components of the way I set up this vision board. Along the left side here, I have just a numbered list, which to me is like what each page is, what's going to be covered on each page of your listing photos. So you have 10 listing photo slots on Etsy, and I've outlined those here. We'll talk about those in a minute. Over on the right side, I just have like those images, those inspiration images that I'm going to lean on. And then at the bottom, I have some style and theme points that I identified and tried to really identify that customer. And so thinking back to like when in early April, when we decided to launch into this product category, there was really like very limited sellers on Etsy. Like Jesse's talked about, it was really mostly just people producing the tumblers in-house. And so very little competition at that time, still very little competition and huge opportunity. But this is one of the shops that we like really leaned onto for inspiration. And it's a slightly different tumbler variation. As you can see, the lid's a little different. But the general idea was the same, right? It's that same 40-ounce layout. It has that skinny bottom that fits in the cup holder. And yeah, we really liked how they styled these listing photos. We were quickly able to identify that these are like really fun and hip. And we went off and looked at, Stanley's marketing and their website, and it became very clear, like, okay, that the target customer for this type of tumbler is more fun, more hip, younger. Like that 20 to 30-year-old range. Now, there's going to be grandmas and older people who absolutely use this tumbler, and you can absolutely target and market and sell in those micro markets. But when we went through this initial research, we clearly identified that as like the target customer. And so we were really going to double down on that style and theme and just like really hammer home aligning with that customer. And so I just want to highlight, like, that's one approach to this whole thing, right? That's one customer that I'm identifying. That's not necessarily the only one. Like I said earlier, like, go do your own research and go through this process in detail and like prove me wrong that there's another potential customer out there and you can come up with a different style and theme that's even more aligned with that customer and more evergreen and better for this overall product category. So I'll walk through some of the pages of what I outlined. And so page 1, I was thinking we go with like a hand holding a single tumbler. So that aligns with the Mockup that they were using here. I really like this. I think it allows you to like really zoom in on the tumbler product and the design itself. And just allows the customer to like feel and almost hold the product themselves. One thing I noticed is like the contrast. I think we could do a better job there. And so we'll talk about that when we start building out the templates. And then the other thing I'll emphasize is the angle of the product, and I'll talk about that in a couple minutes. The second page, I'm thinking we reserve that for like a variation page, like Jesse talked about yesterday. One of the offer tactics that we're going to deploy is including an option for a 20-ounce tumbler. And so right away on page 2, we're going to show what those variations are and make it really clear to the customer what their choices are. So we'll reserve page 2 for that. Page 3, I'm going to highlight a key feature. I think one of the most important features of this type of tumbler is that it fits in a cup holder. I know Lauren specifically, she loves using these because they fit in the car in the cup holder, whereas other water bottles like Hydro Flask or whatever, it's annoying. They just don't fit in the cup holder. So we're going to highlight that very clearly up front. And then page 4, we're going to get into some other features. I'm thinking like emphasizing the high quality print and the ability to print on both sides. Page 5, I'm really going to try and hammer home the value. And I think one of the main value points is emphasizing fast shipping. If people can get a product in a timely manner, that's what they want, especially if it's personalized. So we're going to emphasize that. Page 6, we're going to highlight some more of these features. I think one of the ways we can stand out specifically from this shop and the tumblers that they sell is emphasizing the lid and the features that are more aligned with those Stanley tumblers. The tumblers that ICP has, they're like all the accessories that sellers sell for those Stanley's tumblers, they work with these specific tumblers. And so even the one we have here, we can swap out the lid and it fits perfectly. And so we're really going to emphasize that compatibility to stand out. Page 7, I'm thinking this is where we drop in our love it guarantee. Page 8 and 9, I'm going to reserve those for like specifications, just more feature details for the customers who are interested. Not everyone will want all those details. So I'm thinking we put those towards the end here, but they're there for that extra info. And then we'll wrap things up with just like a thank you and probably emphasize a limited time sale to hopefully create some urgency and align with that offer tactic that Jesse talked about yesterday with that 24-hour sale and that badge that Etsy's going to display on your listing if you do deploy that. And so, yeah, this was my vision board when I went through this exercise. I've identified some brand fonts. And so I'm thinking like this retro font as like our heading font throughout our listing photos, and we'll try and keep that really consistent. And then I have this more fun font as like our paragraph or secondary font. and we'll try and stick to those 2 fonts. And a lot of times I see sellers, they mix in too many fonts, 3, 4, 5, 6 different fonts. And what happens when you do that is it just leads to a non-cohesive set of listing photos. You don't obtain that branding that you're looking for. And so we're really going to stick to those 2 fonts as well as these brand colors. We're going to keep that consistent theme throughout. So I'm going to jump out of full screen here, and we are going to jump over to another Canva file here where we're going to start to build out our listing photo templates. And so I just pasted in this vision board from what we were just looking at so that we can continue to refer back to it as we work on each page. And so we'll jump right into it. So basically what I have here, the size of the canvas, I'm starting with a 2,667 by 2,000 pixel canvas. That's in line with Etsy's recommendations. They recommend a 4:3 ratio to start with. And so that's exactly what we have here. And so we'll just start with page 1 here. So like I said, we're thinking hand holding a single tumbler, and we're going to throw a badge on there to stand out. And so I have downloaded some of these mock-up photos from Whitney that I'd like to use from that Moxie Mama shop. And so one of the ones that I identified was this one right here. And so the thing that I liked about this photo here is it has that hand holding the tumbler. I think it's really aligned with the customer. It has like that baggy sweatshirt. It has the nails that's probably aligned with a younger type customer. So really aligning with that ideal customer that we talked about. And I think there's better contrast than we saw here, where it's the white on white. I think the green plan, the background, has that contrast where your design and your product is going to pop off the page and just show better than that other example. And so as I lay this out, one of the things I wanted to talk about is like why I thought this type of mock-up was so good and the angle of the product, whereas this product here is like straight on. And for those of you who remember, we've been with ICP for a while, glass cups here last summer. And so that was a really hot product at the time. And this was a seller who had been selling them in-house before ICP made it an available product. Similar to the 40-ounce tumblers at the time, the only people selling these glass cups were doing them in-house and were absolutely crushing it. And this was one of the top mock-ups at the time. And as I was thinking through building out these photo templates, I remembered that. And I remembered that the angle of this cup with the hand holding it just like that. And so I wanted to model these listing photos or my thumbnail off of this because it was proven to win in a very similar drinkware product category. And so that's what I want you guys to take away. When I talk about like really leaning into this process and developing the skill set, like this may be your first product that you're ever working on Etsy, or maybe it isn't. Maybe you have some experience, but lean on the research and lean into the process, and these things will become part of your tool bag. So later on, you can go back and be like, oh yeah, that worked really well in this other similar product. Like I think I'm really confident that that's going to work well here as well. And so I just wanted to highlight that. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this on our page here, and I'm going to lower the transparency, and I'm going to model the exact angle of our new tumbler that we're working on. And this is exactly how we approached our mock-up photos when we launched them in April. We did this exact same thing and tried to model the angle exactly. And so I've seen a lot of people since then, like, deploy very similar listing photos and flip the angle, maybe with not fully understanding the intent behind that. I think this angle works very well because the design, like you're reading left to right, like your eyes naturally go in that direction. Whereas if you flip it the other way around, you're going the opposite direction, it's like interrupting and it's harder to, it just, your brain, it doesn't look right. So we're going to go with this and we'll delete our frosted cup for now. I'm going to zoom in even more here. I want to really blow up this product, and I'm okay with cutting off the bottom because our print area is the top here. And I want this to take up a huge percentage of our thumbnail image when people are looking on their phone. So I'm thinking something like this. This looks about centered. We're going to go with that. And then the next part that we talked about was adding a badge to stand out in search. And so I typically like to go with like a circular badge. I think we can come up with something pretty good here using a circle. And so I am going to take this brand color that we identified. I think this purple or pink like really stands out and aligns with that customer. And so I'm thinking something like this. We'll reposition and resize as we build this out more. But I always like to emphasize the biggest value point, and to me, that's fast shipping. So that's what I'm going to highlight here on this listing or on this badge. And so we're going to add some text here. We're going to steal our brand font that we identified here, our retro font. And just bear with me as I do this. I'm going to try to keep talking throughout most of it and share my thought process so you guys can kind of get inside my head here. So I'm separating these just so maybe I can space out the lettering and kind of make it look how it's supposed to look. So I'm going to separate the fast a little more. Think something like that looks pretty good. The other thing I like to do is like add a border and a shadow effect on my badges. That really makes them like pop off the screen and gets rid of that like flat looking circle that we have right now. And so I'm going to add that. I'm just hitting the letter key C to add a circle here as kind of a shortcut. So I'm going to add a border, and how I'm going to do that is basically add this like dotted line. Oftentimes I like to use that, and that just kind of adds a little bit of a border. And so we'll center that on the circle that we got going here. And then finally, like I talked about, we're going to add a shadow effect. And so I usually just like to type in shadow, and you can usually find a pretty decent one on Canva, just in their free elements. And it looks really dark right now, but once we bring this to the background and then we can lower the transparency a little bit, it just adds that little bit of depth to the product. And maybe the transparency is a little too big, too much there. We'll tone it down a little more. Something like that I think looks good. We can probably increase our font a little bit more here, just so it's even more readable. And then I'm going to group all these elements just so I can move the badge around. And the last thing that I want to check here is the cropping that I mentioned earlier. And so when you start with a 4:3 ratio on Etsy, that's one of the most common ways that they display your photos. But the other extreme is they'll display it in a square format. And so to check how your listing will be cropped, you can basically just insert a rectangle or a square by hitting the R key. And I'm just going to make this a 2000 by 2000 pixel square. So it goes top to bottom. And I'm going to center that on the page. And then I'm just going to lower the transparency as a check. And this gives us a good idea of kind of how our listing photo is going to look if it's cropped within that square. So I'm going to try and recenter this tumbler a little better, something like that. And then I think our badge, we can scooch that all the way to the corner here. And so that way it's not as much overlapping our print area. And we give it a bit of room from the bottom and the side of where that's potentially going to crop. So I think that looks really good. We're solid there for both extremes of those different orientations or views that the customer will see. So I'm going to delete that. The other thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add a slight angle to the badge. I think something like that looks pretty good. And so I'm really liking how this is coming together here. I'm going to just shrink the font a little bit more. I think it was too close to the border we put in there, but I think that looks pretty good. So we're going to go with that for now. And let's move on to the second page here. All right, so page 2, we wanted to emphasize or highlight the variations. So 20 ounce versus 40 ounce. And so again, Moxie Mama has amazing listing photos. I've already pulled some of these in here from her shop, and I'm really liking this like purple theme. I think it really aligns with like the brand colors that we identify here, the pinks and purples, and just a like fun retro hip type customer. And so I'm going to use this one here for this page. And so we'll blow this up a little bit, try to center that. So we're showing our 20 ounce tumbler, the skinny version, and then our 40 ounce tumbler. And so I am going to add our secondary font here, this more playful one. And that is the free or feel free playful, it's called. And so down here, I'm going to call it the 20 ounce variation. I'm going to make that white just so it pops off the screen better with the purple. And then here we're going to call out the 40 ounce. And then like we talked about at the beginning, we're going to maintain those brand fonts. So what we had identified is that style and theme. So that heading font, that exact font that we used on the badge, we're going to use that again here. So I'm going to add this, and I'm thinking we say something like choose your Tumbler. So choose your Tumbler. And let's go with a white again here. I'm thinking if we add some type of just background here, that heading will pop a little bit more. So I'm going to go into Canva's elements here. And I'm thinking like we want to keep that retro fun theme. And so I'm going to use like, I'm going to look for like a wavy rectangle. And we'll see what we got going here. I think something like this could work. I'm going to blow this up. I like just like the curves. I think it aligns with like that retro theme that we got going on here. And I like this top edge better. So I'm going to flip that around and go with something like this. And we'll scooch that to the top. Maybe change the angle slightly. We'll move this up a little bit. And then we're going to shrink our tumblers just a hair so they fit below that banner. We'll recenter these guys. And then I'm going to change the color of this yellow to better align with our brand colors. So I'm going to go with that same color that we use for the badge. And I think something like this is looking pretty good. So we're maintaining, again, just to highlight those brand fonts. We have that consistent theme where we're bringing in that brand color with that purple background. And yeah, so I like how this is coming together. We will keep moving here. So the next thing is page 3, we wanted to highlight a key feature and that it fits in a cup holder. And so let's go to this next page here and look at some of the other mock-ups that we identified. And so the next one that I wanted to use was this one right here. I think this gives us a lot of freedom to kind of do what we want with the listing photo. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to blow up this Tumbler and I'm going to put it off to the side here. And I'm going to use this left area to highlight some of those features. And so we can go a little bit bigger, something like that. I think let's make like our background maybe like an ivory and off-white type color, something like this. And similar to what I did here with like these curved lines, I'm thinking we continue that theme and that style. And so what I'm going to try here is this circle, kind of half circle, and I'm going to bring that out into the page. Maybe I'll have it slightly overlap, something like this, where it really allows us to just boldly highlight kind of some of those features. And so what I'm thinking here is we're going to use this heading font again. We'll put this one on this page 4 that we got going, and I'm going to say our 40-ounce tumbler. And so I'm really trying to highlight like, why is our tumbler the one that you want to buy? So I'll make this a little bigger, kind of center it on our half circle that we got going there. Another trick that I like to do is like add just this lift effect in Canva to the font, and you can kind of lower the intensity or increase it as needed, but it just makes those headings like really pop off. And so I'm going to do the same thing here. Something like that. And then another thing that I want to do, and I'm thinking we can kind of make these photos more fun. And this is probably a little bolder than maybe I usually go. But I really want to hammer home the point of emphasis, like align with your customer. And so I'm going to make these like really fun, I think. And so I'm going to try and like follow the curve of this circle and just have it like playful and fun and like sprinkle in some one-liners throughout the listing photos and really like tell that story and have the customer click through and want to read the next page. So I'm going to use this secondary font that we got going here. We'll paste that on this page here. And I'm thinking here we're going to highlight, like we said, that it fits in a cup holder. And so the one-liner that I know so many people like to use in drinkware products is like perfect for on the go or at home. So I'm going to say at home or on the go, something like that. And I'm going to add an arc effect just so we can follow that curve here. Like I said, this is maybe a little more fun, a little more bold than I normally go, but I think it really aligns with this customer. And we're going to have some fun with these. So we're going to add this curve here, try and make it line up with the circle and something like that. And then we kind of have this blank space here. I'm thinking like maybe that's an opportunity to like highlight our logo and add some branding. Since we're saying, you know, our 40-ounce tumbler, let's like throw subtly our logo in there. And so I'm just going to look up a logo from Canva and use that for now. You guys could throw your own logos on here, but something like this in that blank space. And then the last thing I'm thinking is we have this blank space down here. And so I think this is the perfect spot to highlight that it fits in the cup holder. And so it's like right near the bottom. And so I'm thinking we have an arrow and then maybe that text here, just highlighting that. And so I'm going to add that text. Let's use this darker purple here so it contrasts on that kind of ivory color that we got going there. We'll get rid of the curve. And then I'm going to say fits in most cup holders. We'll reduce the spacing a little bit there, make this text a little bit bigger. And then I want to add an arrow and point right to what we're talking about. So I usually like this one right here. It's just simple, really allows you to highlight and point to those different features or parts of your product. And I'm thinking maybe we use this contrasting purple color here. So I think something like this looks pretty good. It has that fun theme. We're continuing that retro theme. One thing that I want to do here is add a shadow effect again behind this badge and just have it like really pop out. And probably the same thing here. So let's go back to this page and do that. So we're just going to click on edit here and we're going to use this shadow effect. And I think maybe a drop shadow will work. We'll see. We might have to change the angle here. Yeah, so something like that is at the right spot. Maybe we'll lower the distance and the intensity a little bit. And then we'll bring this back down. And again, that just makes it pop off the screen a little bit better. And so we're going to do the same thing for this one. I think since this is a circle, it's not going to let you add that shadow effect. But like we did before, I like to just add a shadow effect from Canva. And so there's a bunch of different ones. I sometimes like to use this one for circles. Maybe this one's not as dark. We'll try something like this. And we're just going to try and line it up as best as we can. And then I'm going to put it to the back behind that big circle. And so we'll move it a little closer, something like that, and then maybe lower the transparency a little bit. But again, that just adds more depth, makes it pop off the screen. And you guys at home who are graphic designers, you're probably cringing at what I'm doing right now, but this is how I do it. And you can kind of fudge these things in to make them look really good. So you don't have to have a graphic design background by any means. You can definitely fudge things and make them look how they want to look, with all different elements kind of pieced together. So I'm really liking how these are coming together. These are our first 3 slides. We'll move on to the next page here. So next we want to, again, highlight another key feature. So that's the high quality print, emphasizing just the quality of our product and that we can print on both sides of the tumbler. And so for that, I'm really looking for a mock-up photo that features both of the tumblers. And so one of the ones I found from the Moxie Mama shop was this 2 tumbler mock-up, and it has this kind of fun background here. And it ties in some greenery, which I thought tied in that cohesive look. It brings back the greenery that we had from that thumbnail image, and still ties in that fun background. So I'm thinking something like this. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to reuse our wavy rectangle that we used from above. And this time I'm going to put it on the bottom and just give us a little area for us to emphasize those features. And so the print area for the ICP tumblers are just this top area. So I'm okay like covering partially the bottom of the tumbler here. We're not emphasizing that cup holder thing. We just did that on the past slide. So I'm going to take up something like this. And then I'm going to go back here and take our heading font that we've been using. And for here, I'm thinking, like we said, we're going to say high quality prints. That's going to be like our main point of emphasis that we're trying to highlight on this page. And I think the other key feature that maybe goes with this, and I'm going to steal our secondary font here and I'll make that white. I think the other important thing that goes with this product type is that they're sublimated. It's not vinyl, like maybe some sellers on Etsy who are doing them in house. And what that means is they can be put in the dishwasher, and so they're dishwasher safe, and that's a huge selling point. And so what I'm going to say is dishwasher safe graphics printed on both sides. And so we're kind of highlighting 3 different things here. At the same time, we're highlighting the quality of the print, we're highlighting that it's dishwasher safe, and that we print on both sides. And so this gives you an opportunity to show either the same graphic twice or, 2 different graphics. If one side's one design, one side's the other. Jesse G will maybe talk about that in tomorrow's design training. And so again, this already has that shadow element because we copied it from what we used above, and we're keeping that consistent branding and theme and style throughout. And so I think this looks pretty good. We can maybe shrink the tumblers a little bit, make sure they're centered. And I think something like that looks pretty good. All right. And next page here, what we were thinking was an emphasis on fast shipping. So we're really going to hammer home that value. And so we did call it out on the badge, but I think we can double down on it and do it in a fun way that's in line with that customer that we've identified. So what I'm going to do for this one is I'm thinking we use this hand holding tumbler again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the background and just give us a little more room to play with here. And so in this case, I'm going to flip the image. I kind of like having this set up where the tumbler is on the right side and we have more text or more free space on the left side. And like I talked about early on, I think the angle is super important for that thumbnail for readability. But once you're in your listing photos, they understand the design at this point, and you can kind of sprinkle in some different angles and just show off the product in different ways. And so I'm going to do something like this, I think, kind of reuse the same mockup. One thing that we talked about that I really liked was this brick background. And I didn't like how theirs was white on white, but I think there's something to that brick background and just like that theme. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look for a brick wall background. And if I go to all, or if I go to photos, maybe there's some good options here that we can use. So here's a white one. I think that would kind of have the same effect as that example, but probably doesn't give us that contrast that we're looking for. Let's keep looking here. So this one really jumps out to me as I'm just scrolling here. I think it has like this curved element, which is like really on point with the theme that we have going here with those like wavy, curvy lines. This one specifically has like the pink tied in and has that like ivory off white that we were thinking of using. And so I'm going to do something like that. I'm going to change the pink actually to a purple. We'll just reuse that same purple that we've been using. But I think something like this just adds that fun retro like theme that's really just cohesive and in line with everything else that we got going here. And so I'm going to put this to the back. We'll get rid of this plain white wall. And then we're going to resize our tumbler here. Again, really blow it up. We want to focus on our design, which is what we're showing off here. And so I think something like this could look pretty good. I'm going to actually add a shadow effect as well. Maybe this page lift effect. And we'll shrink the distance again. Maybe lower the intensity slightly. And that kind of just gives you that depth and that shadowing. I'm going to zoom in even more on this tumbler. I think we can go bigger. Now that that shadow's on there, it kind of makes it a little bit smaller. So something like that, I think, looks pretty good. And so, like we said, we were going to emphasize that value point. So fast shipping again. So let's steal our heading font here. And I'm going to just call it out again. I'm going to double down on it because I think it's so important and can really allow you to stand out from your customer. So we'll do something like this. And I think just slicing in this purple area is a good spot for it potentially. And then I'm going to try and do like that same thing that we did before, where we like follow it with some just fun text along the curve there. So I'm going to give myself a little more room to do that. We'll steal this one from up here. And we're going to change the curve. I guess first, let's come up with that saying. So what I was thinking is something that's like fun and playful and just like almost a play on words of shipping fast. And so I was thinking something like on its way before your iced coffee melts. And so it's kind of like that fun theme, just keeping that fun, hip, cohesive feel and wanting the customer to like cycle through your listing photos and see what's next. So we're going to just make this align with that arc a little better, make that a little smaller. Wrong way. We'll go a little bit smaller. All right, I think something like that looks pretty cool. But again, our main value point here is the shift's fast. So that's what the heading is. That's what's bold. If they do read this, it's kind of in a fun, playful way. Scooch that up a little bit. Something like that. And maybe we could make this a little bit bigger so it's a little more readable. And we'll just move this tumbler over a hair to accomplish that. Give us a little more space. All right, something like that. It's not perfect. I'd probably spend a little more time trying to make it align perfectly with the arc, but I think you guys get the idea. All right, so that's that page there. The next thing that I was thinking for our page 6, I want to emphasize some more of those features. And so like we talked about, like let's really double down on why our product's better than some of these other products that are very similar but on the market. Like how can we convince our customer that ours is better? And I think the lid and the handle is a couple ways that we can do that. And so let's go down to our next blank page here and look back at our mock-ups. And so one of the ones that I really liked from that mock-up shop that I shared with you guys was this view right here. And so this is an amazing angle at the product and like really it shows off that lid. It shows that it's like literally identical to the Stanley tumbler minus the Stanley logo. Like like I said earlier, they're interchangeable. They fit on the Stanley lids fit on these. And so we're going to double down on that and just really emphasize it. Same thing with like this grip handle here. One of the things I talked about early on was like leaning on the Stanley marketing. And so if you go to Stanley's website and poke around, one of the things you'll see is they emphasize a comfort grip handle. And so that's where that wording comes from. I know a lot of you guys have used that in your listing photos at this point if you've already launched into this product, but we're going to use that exact wording and highlight that feature that we know the Stanley customers care about and probably our potential customers also care about. And so I'm thinking we make this really big and zoomed in on the middle, something like this. And then I'm thinking we just sprinkle in some different features that we want to highlight here. And to do that, I want to maybe add a circle again. So we're going to copy the circle in our shadow that we used previously. And this time I want to make it maybe a little bit smaller. So something like that. Make our Tumbler maybe a little smaller. Something like this. I think this gives us some good space to highlight a feature. And then I'm going to add a couple of them around here. So maybe another one here. And maybe a third one here. Something like that. So again, we're keeping those curvy lines, curvy shapes, consistent theme. Something like that. And I think maybe let's add one of our other brand colors in here. Let's add this dark purple, maybe on these two. All right. So what we talked about up here was we wanted to highlight that lid. We want to highlight the handle and possibly that it's compatible with the Stanley accessories. And so let's start to do just that. So I'm going to take our heading font here. I'll copy that. Let's highlight the lid first. And so I'm going to call it a twist lid. Maybe I'll left align this. And we'll see how this comes together. Something like this. I'm really trying to fill that space. And then I'm going to try and keep that same theme of like the fun text right here, following the arc. And so we'll take this. And what I'm thinking here is let's keep that fun, playful one-liner. So we're going to say like maybe something like twist lid. And we'll say maybe like for you non-straw peeps. Something like that. Again, just fun, playful. Keeps the customer like wanting to read those one-liners, hopefully. Really just on theme and cohesive with what we got going here. So something like that. All right, I think that looks pretty good. Make this a little bigger. And so you can see that here, that twist lid. I know specifically male audiences, a lot of times people will ask the question in these tumblers, can you drink it without a straw for whatever reason? And I know we're like really emphasizing the female audience here. But I think it's an important feature still that this can twist just like a Stanley. You can either use the straw or you can drink out of the opening there. So we're going to highlight that. The next thing that I want to highlight was the handle. And so let's just use this heading font and maybe call this handle. And we're going to do the same thing that we got going on here. And this time, maybe I'm thinking, let's use that same wording that like Stanley uses. So I'm going to say like, yes, even a comfort grip handle. Again, just that one liner, that further explains it, the feature that we're trying to highlight. Oops. All right, maybe something like that. And then we kind of have this blank space here. Maybe we just add like, I don't know, a smiley sometimes. I think that really aligns with the retro theme that we got going on here. Let's see, smiley face. Maybe something like this. I'll just make that white. Could probably use something different there, but for now I'll go with that. The last thing that we thought we could highlight here was the compatibility with Stanley. So let's emphasize that. So I'm going to do something like this, kind of same style where we have that heading. It takes up a portion of our half circle that we got going here. And then we're going to do a curved text just to further explain. I think the key here is like emphasizing the Stanley accessories. Like if you've looked on Etsy or shopped on Etsy, you've probably seen like there's a lot of people who sell those like toppers that fit in here. And we want to highlight that it's compatible with those accessories because that's important for a lot of customers who maybe have already bought those accessories but now want a personalized version of a Stanley style tumbler. And so I'm going to say right here, I'm going to say for all your Stanley accessories. And we'll just change the curve here so it's going the other way. Maybe this one will shrink down a little bit. Something like this. And maybe this one, we have a little more space here. So maybe let's grab that circle and bring that a little closer to the edge. Maybe we don't need as much room for this one. Maybe something like that. We can do this. Maybe shrink that down. Something like that. And I'm not going to waste time on it right now, but anytime you use like a brand name, I would probably call out the copyright or the trademark just so that you're not infringing on their brand and do it in the right way. I think something like this looks pretty good. We can probably zoom in a little more on our Tumbler now that we know everything that we got going on. I think maybe our shadow is a little too big on that one. Just bring it a little closer there. Something like that. Now we kind of have this blank space. I think maybe let's go grab our sample logo that we threw in there. And maybe this is an opportunity for you to, again, add that branding and just call out your logo that you have. And so we'll just make it that purple color for now. I think something like that looks pretty good. We're emphasizing a few more of those features, really highlighting how we can stand out compared to this other Tumbler product that definitely absolutely crushed it, but maybe is lacking some features that we have access to through this Tumbler. And so we did just that. The next thing here I want to highlight is a love it guarantee. And so this is a way to really just decrease the customer's perception of what they're sacrificing. They're paying for a product that maybe they're unsure that they'll like, but by including a love it guarantee saying, hey, if you don't love the product, we'll give you a refund or replace it. Very few people on Etsy will take you up on that, in fact. But it adds so much value and increases conversion rate so much by adding something like that. And so I'm going to lay that out for you guys here on this next page. All right. So what I'm thinking is let's reuse this one. I kind of liked how this turned out with this brick background and kind of just this retro theme. So I'm going to copy this again and let's start on this page here. And so let's take our brand font and I'm going to call it, I love it, guarantee. Maybe we'll left the line here. Something like that. I think looks pretty good for the heading. Stands out pretty well in that purple, I think. And then we'll just follow that same theme that we've got going. Keep it consistent and add some more text here. And so I'm going to say, love it or your money back. Love it or your money back. As simple as that. Make that a little smaller so it fits. I think something like that looks pretty good. All right, so I reuse this same listing photo here. Maybe if we had more time, I would go with something different, sprinkle in a different angle of the product or a different view. But I think this works for what we have going here. We're really trying to emphasize the guarantee. And maybe it's an opportunity on this page, the second time that you kind of show it, to show maybe a different personalized name, how that would look with different lettering, or maybe you're featuring a different variation by the time you get to this page. So I think it's okay to repeat. It just gives you an opportunity to maybe show a different design on your listing photo. And Jesse will walk through that 2 days from now. And the fourth day of the training is how to, put your designs on the listing photos and then fully build up that Etsy listing. All right, so we have our Love It guarantee. Again, that adds so much value. I promise, don't be scared of people trying to scam you or ask for free products. Most people on Etsy, 99.9%, they want to pay for the gifts they're buying people. They don't just want to freeload it. And so if there's a real issue, you'll work through the customer service and make it right for them. But just having that up front adds so much value. All right. So the next 2 pages, we wanted to feature some of those specs. So I went off and got some of the Tumbler spec pages that Moxie Mama, that Whitney has in her Mockup shop. And again, these are this purple color theme that we got going here. And so I think it works really well and fits in with our branding. So I'm going to highlight our 40 ouncer to start because that's what we're leading with. Yeah, I think this looks really awesome. Really don't have to do much here. If I was spending more time on it, maybe I would start from the blank one that we did, and maybe I would try and mix in the brand fonts that we've utilized. But I think even this, just as it is, looks awesome. So we're going to go with it for now. And then we're going to add our 20 ounce tumbler, same thing. And the thing that I really love about these mockups here is Whitney's already done a lot of this branding and cohesiveness for you guys. And so if you just purchase this mockup, these 2 pages already look like they're supposed to go together. They were done in the same way. And so it keeps that cohesive brand and feel. And we've got our nice purple brand color that we got going on here. I think those are good for now. We'll keep that as is. And then the last thing that we wanted to do here was a thank you and a limited time sale. And so we're going to emphasize that urgency with that 24-hour sale offer tactic that Jesse talked about. And just double down on that, as well as thank our customers. They've made it this far through our listing photos and they're interested in buying our product. We'll just give them a thank you. So I'm going to go to the last page here. And I think I like kind of just this circle idea we got going on here. allows us to emphasize a couple things on the same page. So maybe this time I'll put this one down in the bottom left, maybe something like this. Maybe I'll make it bigger this time. Something like that. I'm thinking for our heading, bring that in a little bit. Our heading, we just say like, thank you. So let's steal one of these for our heading font. And let's just say thank you. Make this a little bigger. Maybe something like this. And with our white background, maybe we use this darker purple. Let's just lower the lift intensity on that a little bit. I think we used the ivory color in the past on one of the previous slides. So let's add that in here for that consistency. Something like this. And move that shadow a little more. Be lower the hair. And then let's copy this again and put another one of these circles. Maybe something like this, coming from that opposite corner. And this is going to give us like 2 areas to just highlight some of those important details that we're talking about with the urgency and just the thank you. All right. So I think here, let's go grab our other font. Take this one here. I'm going to get rid of our curve for now. I'm going to assume that we're running a 50% sale, like Jesse talked about yesterday. You guys can run whatever percentage you want, but for now, I'm going to assume we're going with 50. Do something like this, 50% off. Really take up that space. And then again, I'm going to add a lift here on this one and lower that. Let's go grab another curved text because we have some space here. And so what I'm thinking here is let's really emphasize that urgency. So in a fun way, don't miss the sale. That really is trying to create that urgency in addition to what Etsy's already displaying. So maybe something like that. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe we can move this down the circle a little bit just so it's not curving back down. Maybe something like that. I Maybe that's kind of what we had. I'm going to leave it how it is. I think it looks fine. All right, good enough for now. All right, and then on the other side here, I'm just going to throw in maybe like a we appreciate you. Again, just thanking them. And we'll follow that curve. And then we kind of have this empty space here. I'm going to make this one the dark purple. Just so we have the 2 different colors going on there. Have this empty space. Maybe we throw in that same smiley face that we had before. Keep that retro theme. I think it goes well with a thank you. Kind of looks like a big balloon or big smiley face, but we'll go with it for now. And then we kind of just have this blank space down here, and maybe we just add our logo one final time in that blank area. And so yeah, I think something like that looks pretty good. Oops, it just jumped to the top of the page here. So we'll go with that. All right. So I think this is all 10 of our slides here. And so I think this pretty much wraps up what I wanted to cover for the build out. Well, maybe just run through these quickly and just really emphasize some of those key points again. So again, we have our thumbnail image. We talked about how the angle is potentially really important, basing that off of past data and another similar product type. We have our big bold badge jumping off the screen, standing out from the sea of sellers in search. We're giving those options for the variations right away, the 20 ounce and the 40 ounce, what Jesse talked about, with that low display price offering that 20 ounce variation. We're going to call out our 40 ounce tumbler. We say it's perfect for at home or on the go. We're really emphasizing that key feature of fitting in the cup holders. Each time we're showing our product off like really big and bold, so it's easy to see that design on these listing photos. That's what people care about, is the design that they're buying on the product. Here we're emphasizing those high quality prints. Again, saying dishwasher safe. It's printed on both sides. Here's our value point that we're emphasizing again, that fast shipping with that fun saying, on its way before your iced coffee melts. We've got our top-down view, which I think is an awesome shot here, where we can highlight a few of these really cool features that make our product stand out, and that twist lid, how it's compatible with Stanley products or accessories, and that comfort grip handle that you can really see clearly here. And then, like we talked about, the love it guarantee, super important to add that value. Would always recommend something like that, whether it's a whatever you call it, love it guarantee, money back guarantee, happiness guarantee. Anytime you can add a guarantee like that, it significantly increases the value. And then we've got our spec slides here for just more details for those customers who do care about those kind of things. Not everyone will get to this page, but if they do and they care, it's there. And then we've got our thank you for the customers who get all the way to the end. We're going to emphasize that 50% off sale, that 24-hour sale that we're running consistently. The customer doesn't necessarily know that, but it aligns with what Etsy's displaying there right next to the listing photo with that countdown timer. And so, yeah, I think this wraps up the build out part of the tutorial that I want to walk through with you guys. We've filled our 10 listing photo slots. You don't necessarily need to fill out 10, but we did that here. And yeah, hopefully this was helpful for you guys. Like I said earlier on, I probably went a little more bold than I normally do here, but I really wanted to hammer home, like, let's really try and align with that customer that we identified, that fun retro theme, and let's keep it consistent throughout. And so hopefully that shows through here, and hopefully it equips you guys with like the thought process to create some awesome listing photos. And so, yeah, I'm going to jump back to our other presentation here. I have a couple other things that I wanted to touch on, and then we're going to jump into some Q&A. And I see the chat going crazy, and so I will get to all those questions in a few minutes here. But I wanted to, similarly to how Jesse gave you guys a homework assignment yesterday with the micro markets, I wanted to give a homework assignment. So what I want you guys to do at home after watching this training is I want you guys to start working on your own research. So go look in the market, go see what's out there. There's more examples today than maybe there were 2 months ago. Like I said, there's still huge opportunity, still room for you guys to absolutely crush it in this product category and be the first in some of those micro markets. And an awesome set of listing photos is going to be super key to you guys achieving that success. And so go off, begin that research, and start to draft the set of your own photo templates. And those will be the ones that you're going to use after this challenge is complete. And spend your time on it. Like, this isn't something like that you're going to do in 1 hour, like we just did. You're probably going to go through multiple iterations. It's going to take you multiple days, stepping away, coming back to it. Spend the time that's necessary until, like I said, you feel like these are the best photos that you can possibly create, and you feel so confident that they're better than anyone else's on Etsy. And when you get to that point and you're that confident, like, then you're ready to post your listings and deploy those listing photos. And when you do that, you'll never have to go backwards. You'll never have to revise them. They'll be so good. And that's what I want for you guys. So spend the time necessary. All right, next page here, and then we will get into some Q&A. So for the people who maybe joined late, I just wanted to emphasize again what Jesse highlighted yesterday and what we highlighted at the beginning of today's training. So we are giving away 3 different mentorships, or 3 free 12-month mentorships to work with coaches one-on-one, either myself, Lauren, or Jesse G. And so those will be announced on day 4. Basically, to enter, you guys just need to fill out that application from the link that I posted earlier on and what Jesse posted yesterday. I'll paste that in the chat here again, just for anyone who missed it, so you guys don't have to scroll all the way up. But basically what we're looking for is, like, share your story, share why you deserve a spot, why you want to be coached by us. You don't have to have experience necessarily. You just have to have that desire and that want to succeed and want to put in that work ethic. And we really want to work with those people who, like, want to see this through, who aren't going to give up, who are going to see it through for 12 months. And yeah, we want to come alongside you guys and just drive amazing results heading into Q4 and work with you over the next 12 months. So I'll drop that in the chat, and you guys can fill out that application if you're interested. But now we're going to jump into some Q&A.
Jump into this design tutorial. One thing I want to kind of preface with on this is Jesse's going to start out with, talking through, understanding some KDAs and whatnot for the 40-ounce tumblers and the tumbler market in general. She's going to teach you guys some different things when it comes to parallel markets, pulling from, other product types as well, especially with the 40-ounce being a newer product type, one that's not as built out. It's under leveraged, so it's a little bit harder to find the data. With that being said, in these sessions, we can never, go as deep into it as you will want to yourself. So just remember that when you're doing your KDA research, when you're doing your research for how you're going to go about designing, how you're going to go about adding value, what specific attributes are you going to use on your designs, how are you going to structure your designs, all of that, you are going to want to spend a while, whether that is a few days, a week, 2 weeks, depending on how equipped you are coming into this. You really want to make sure you spend your time, because what I will say is this, in the POD space, designs are your biggest lever. If you don't have good designs, your products are not going to sell. You could have the best photo templates, the best keywording, the best everything in the world, but if you have half-baked middle designs where they look like everyone else's, they're just good enough or whatever it may be, if you continue to repeat that, you're never going to see the traction you're actually looking for. So that's the biggest thing I have to say with designing is, spend the time, learn the skill. It's not easy. It's not going to be overnight. You're not going to instantly be a great graphic designer, and you don't even have to be a great designer, but you need to understand your market. You need to know how to jump into, the product type of tumblers in this case, and look at parallel markets. Jesse's going to teach you some different things there and really pull from what is working and then deploy that for your business in a way that's original for you and your shop and your designs and how you're going to add value for each micro market you take on. So anyways, I will quit talking so we can get into the gold here. I'm really excited for this one. So let me make this the bigger screen and let's jump into it.
Welcome to day 3 of the 40-ounce tumbler challenge. I'm going to be covering designs today. I'm actually at the beach this week, so I'm pre-recording this. But after this training, you will have a live Q&A. So I definitely encourage you to watch all the way through, glean what you can, and then ask any questions that you have. Okay, let's jump in. Today, we are going to cover some KDAs for the 40-ounce market. We're going to talk about the format and the template that you're going to be using to design for the 40. I have an active micro market that I'm going to be designing for, so we're going to jump into the research and do that together, brainstorm our idea for what design we're going to make, And then we're going to walk through actually designing for it inside of Canva. Here's a little snippet from the course. It's the definition of a KDA. KDAs are the components and elements of design that create best-selling products in your high-potential product type, equipping you with the proper understanding to design each HPP. A KDA is a key design attribute. So key design attributes may include personalization, line art, retro wavy text. They are the art attributes inside of any given design, but they are not the micro market themselves, like sports, moms, pets. Those are not the KDAs. Okay, we're going to jump over to Etsy Incognito and do our net casting that Jesse teaches us using people, professions, animals, and events. We're going to drop some of those terms in Etsy Incognito plus the product category keyword 40-ounce tumbler just to talk through what some of these KDAs are to get you familiar with them. So let's hop over there. Okay, I'm going to start with Godmother 40-ounce tumbler. Now, when we're looking through these, just know this is a new market. This list of KDAs is not definitive. It's not exhaustive. I just want to be able to walk you through what they are so that you're aware of it once we go doing the research. But you are not limited to these KDAs. It's just to get you familiar. Okay, so over here, I'm seeing line art. We're on page 1 over here on Incognito. We can also go to Etsy's Best over here on the left, click on Star Seller, go up here to the URL bar, and replace the word star with best. That will show us the best sellers. So we are seeing a heart glyph right there. We're going to jot some of these down. And remember, if you're making a KDA list, you're not going to write it down until you realize that this is happening multiple times inside of the market. So if you just see a heart glyph one time, it doesn't mean you're going to put it on your list. But we're just going to jot some down over here so that we don't forget them. We had the line art. Over here, I would call this watercolor floral long tail script. We're specifically looking at the sublimation designs, not the engraved designs. Okay, let's jump into one of our other net casting terms. Let's grab emergency nurse. Side note, if you want to get rid of these SVG files, go to item format and click on physical items and it will only show you physical items. Okay, to do a new search, I'm going to click on a new tab and get out of my previous one. And I'm going to type in emergency nurse 40-ounce tumbler and see what's happening on page 1. I don't see a lot of popular now or bestseller badges happening. Definitely focus on those and disregard the ads. So here we have retro text and color change text. So let's jot that down. I definitely would keep it to page 1 when you're doing your research. Let's look at another one. Let's do an animal. Let's do dog, new tab. I'm going to go to filter and choose physical items for this one. Definitely seeing the line art happen multiple times. If this were a bestseller or popular now, we could call it photo collage. This one would be retro or vintage graphic. But I'm not seeing a ton happen in terms of sublimation on the 40s over here inside of the dog micro market, which is good news for us. Remember that the 40-ounce market is new. We are not creating a KDA vision board like we teach in the course or like we do for other established products. You can definitely make a list of existing KDAs doing what we just did by doing the net casting and going to Etsy Incognito and then writing them down. But just know that you're not limited to these. And right now, people are just scratching the surface of the kind of designs that they're putting inside of this market. When you're ready to design for a 40, you need to go to ICP and click on the catalog and click into the 40-ounce tumbler. Here it's going to tell you all of your specs. So you know that your Canva doc that you're designing on needs to be 1500 pixels tall by 3150 wide. It's going to look like this over here in Canva. Inside of ICP, you can also click down into number 2. This is where you're going to find your design template. Click on the image. This first image is showing you if you have a design that has GG on the front and it has the kids' names on the back. In that case, it'll show you that whatever you design on this side of the page is going to show up on this part of the cup in relation to the handle. So that's what this is showing you. And then page 2 is what you're going to be utilizing. I find it useful to download it as a PNG from here and then upload it into your artwork doc. So I upload it and then I make it go from side to side. When you're designing for a 40, it's most similar to designing for either mugs, frosted cups, shirts, or onesies because of the print area. You have this rectangular area that you're putting your design on, unlike the skinny tumbler where a lot of the text we have to format sideways on the cup. It's a lot similar to the frosted and the mugs and the onesies. And for the skinny tumblers, a lot of us utilize wraps or do a background color. But on the 40, since we're not able to print on the bottom and we have a handle right here, it's not ideal for you to create a wrap for the 40 for that reason, because your print area starts here and then all of this is going to be white. Also, it's going to cut off right here at the bottom. And then there's going to be a slight gap under the silver rim. So it's not going to look as clean as it does on the 20-ounce tumbler. So most people who are designing for them, they're just making the graphic and they're putting it on the front and the back. They're not doing wraps. That's not to say that you cannot. I just wanted to mention that. All right, down to the designing process. These are the steps that we're going to follow. You may want to screenshot this, but I will have it on the last page as well when I have your assignment after this. We're going to do 4 steps to create our design. We're going to do our research in parallel micro markets. So I'm going to go to Etsy incognito and look up my micro market, which is going to be Girls Trip. So I'm going to look up Girls Trip Tumbler in Etsy incognito, Girls Trip Cup, and Girls Trip Shirt. We're going to identify KDAs and value points inside of these micro markets. Then we're going to brainstorm and craft our idea around what's happening in those markets. And we're going to adapt it for the 40-ounce format. The last step is we're going to just go check the 40-ounce market. So I would type in Girls Trip 40-ounce tumbler at the very end just to make sure that my idea is not being overused already. And the reason why I'm putting that last is because I don't want you to be directly influenced by what's already happening in the 40-ounce market. I think it's going to be better if you can draw your ideas from these parallel markets first, craft your idea, and then just double check to make sure that it's not already being overutilized inside of the 40-ounce market that you're designing for. Okay, on day 1, Jesse had you find some active micro markets as your assignment. You're going to take those and do your research. Maybe you already have one specifically in mind that you want to design for, or you could do this research for multiples and see which one has a clear path for you to add value to the market. My active micro market is Girls Trip. So step 1, research in parallel micro markets. All right, I typed those in up here: Girls Trip Tumbler, Girls Trip Cup, and Girls Trip Shirt. And I'm going to start identifying KDAs and value points inside of each of these. And what I mean by value points is, what do they have on this product that offers value to the customer that I want to have on my product? Also, the biggest difference between what we teach in the course and what we're doing with the 40s is that with the 40s, we're looking to see what's already working inside of these parallel markets, and we're bringing it over to the 40. We're not copying them. We're going to make it better in our own way, but I'm going to identify what's working. I may combine different elements from listings, and then I'm going to put it on my 40. Whereas in the course, we teach you guys how to find gaps using the KDA vision board. In terms of value, I think that it definitely needs to be personalized in some way. I'm seeing location, date, name. It looks like even custom phrases. So we're going to write that down over here to brainstorm. This listing is a bestseller. It's in 20 plus carts. I want to read some of the phrases that are on it. Beaches, booze, and besties with the name and the location. What happens at the beach stays at the beach. Vacay mode 24/7. Where are my beaches at? And sun, sand, and a drink in my hand. I can go down to the review photos and see what are people buying the most of. So we've got sun, sand, and a drink in my hand. Where are my beaches at? Sun, sand, beaches, booze, and besties. I'm going to type over where are my beaches at over here. and the sun sand. This is a good time to talk about relevancy. We are designing for a girls trip micro market. Vacay mode 24/7 or sun sand and a drink in my hand would be more for, it could be more of like a general vacation tumbler, but we need ours to be more relevant to having friends with you on the trip. So I'm going to keep these two first: beaches, booze, and besties, where my beach is at. Also, if we take note of the formatting, we have elements like trees, water, sun, birds happening. Let's write that down. Plus the text. And it's looking like we've got handwritten plus script. Definitely script happening on all of them. I think it looks more playful with the handwritten plus the script more so than the serif, even though it's a playful serif. So I'm going to write down handwritten plus script plus elements. And we're not going to have a color on the background, so we're going to have to figure out how to integrate color inside of the design itself. We don't just want to stay on one listing, though. We want to continue to look at the micro market. I like that idea, though. Same here. It says girls trip, family vacation, besties trip. With ours, I want to make sure that we're staying inside of the girls trip market. All right, let's look over here at girls trip cup and see if we see anything different. So this one we were looking at is at the top again. We also have one that says popular now that just says girls trip plus the location. So I'm going to write that over here. And the KDA for this would be personalized and script plus the handwritten font. Here, the KDA would be ombre, clip art elements. This one stands out to me. It says bestseller. It's a circular design, which lends itself towards looking like a logo. Let's write that down over here as an idea. Okay, and finally, let's just go over here to girls trip shirt and see what's happening. The tumbler and the cup market are going to be more parallel, closer to the 40. But you can always check out the shirt market and just see if there's something happening over here that would make sense for your 40 ounce. All right, automatically we have this one that's a bestseller, and the phrase is girls trip cheaper than therapy. So I'm going to write that down. We've got the retro text here with the color change with little daisies. That's a strong KDA. A lot of these are saying bestseller. This one's a bestseller in 20 plus carts. It has like a tie-dye KDA happening with cutouts of a palm tree with the year, the location, and the name. Okay, so I would say that we've done enough research to know what direction we're heading in. Now we need to go check the existing 40 ounce market, make sure that our idea is not already being overused. So we brainstorm these ideas. We're going to go see what's already happening and avoid anything that's happening multiple times so that we can stand out in the market. Ignore the ads. Sun, sand, and a drink in my hand. This is a 40, but it's engraved, but same thing here. The old sip, it's a girls trip. Here's a circular design with the phrase, what happens on a girls trip stays on a girls trip. Location plus the palms. So the main thing that I'm seeing is I saw sun, sand, and a drink in my hand happening. So I'm going to avoid that because it's already going on in the 40 ounce market. How can I stand apart? I already deleted that one because I thought it was more for a general vacation. I also was seeing a few that said girls trip. If I didn't see that, that was a huge gap in the market, then I would just go with text that said girls trip plus the location and the name. But since I saw that, I'm going to choose another phrase to put on my design that was doing well in the Tumbler market, but has not been brought over to the 40 market. So remember, that's the name of the game. Figure out what's working in the other parallel markets. If it's not happening in the 40 market, bring it over, make it better, add value. So we're going to go with where my beach is at. I'm going to grab some screenshots of inspiration. I also like the simplicity of this sun and that script, so I'm going to grab that one as well. And then we're going to come over here to our design doc and we're going to add in our inspiration images. Now for a text-heavy design like this, where it's mostly just text and little elements, I like to use Kittl because they have some really strong pre-made text templates and you can just change the text in it. I just wanted to tell you that, but for this one, let's make it inside of Canva. using Canva elements and fonts over here. This is my main inspiration, is this one, but I'm going to put this phrase on it, and then we're going to personalize it and add a location. So let's go to elements. Let's look up a doodle sun. This is kind of the one that I was looking for. I think we could crop it and we can change the color. So I'm going to go to the crop button, crop it up. Because remember, we don't have the background color, so we need it to have some color in it. I'm going to type in boho sun to see if I can find anything else. I like to just pull some elements over and compare them. If you're not finding what you want in Canva, you can always open up Creative Fabrica and see if you can find it over there. I actually do like this one. I'm going to open it in a new tab and continue looking for a bit. All right, let's download that one. It's weird it's on a page like this with not them individual. So we're going to crop it in. We're going to try to remove the background. Go to background remover. All right, so there's my sun. Let's put our suns over here and start working with the text. Now we know we still need some doodle birds and some other little icons. I'm going to type in handwritten in the font box. And now I'm looking for something similar to this mode. As I'm going down, I see some handwritten scripts. So I know that I'm going to put the word beaches in that kind of text. And I like that. That looks good. It's a script that's not formal. It's friendly. And up here for the where my, I'm going to make that all caps. If you're having trouble finding a font, you can always pull up our font guide. These are, of course, not exhaustive, but it could be a faster way for you to find a font that you're looking for. I like the better together at the bottom. And the scripter, let's try that. I'm going to add some letter spacing and see if it looks any better. This one's a little bit too elementary school. We need something that's approachable, but it's still okay for people of any age. Okay, I landed on this font that I downloaded from Creative Fabrica called Mango Delight. It's handwritten, but it seems more like a woman could have written it, or a little bit of attitude, and the phrase itself is kind of sassy. So let's go with that. And then I'm going to hold down Option and copy it and have at under here somehow. Usually you only want 2 fonts per design if possible, sometimes 3. So I'm going to see if the name looks good in this script as well. Yeah, I think that looks really good. Let's try arching this like we see up here, where my effects curve, make the curve a bit less drastic. I'm going to grab a circle over here and make it white and place it behind. That way it looks arched and it looks like it's meant to be around that text. I'm going to group it and move it over. Yeah, I'm going to go with that one. Get rid of these other suns. And then I can also have the location at the bottom in this. So let's do Cancun 2025, and I'm going to look for some more elements over here. I like these seagulls. I like how they're not too detailed. So I'm going to crop it in, move it over. Get the other one over here. All right, we're going to delete our inspiration over here. It's always a question of creating value, but not doing too much. I feel like this palm tree might be too much. So let's just compare. I could change the color of everything. I can go up here to colors. and type in beach up here, and it'll give me some color palettes. I do like that lighter blue, but I feel like this blue is gonna pop out on Mockup more. And I'm gonna try making my sun the same color as the waves. But yeah, feel free to look up different color palettes for whatever you're working on. And I think I'm gonna keep the palm tree out of it. I just think it throws it off balance, and I think it's just trying too much. It's just too much. So I'm leaving the palm tree out of it. I'm going to group it. I'm gonna grab my template, move it onto this page, position it to the back. I remember I have that huge circle behind it. I'm gonna lower the opacity so I can see where I'm placing it. Make sure it's centered over each of these lines and make it as big as I can while keeping it centered. So I've got those birds happening on the side. I need to keep that in mind. I tend to orient it towards the top if it does not span the entire space. You can always try it out on the mockup generator inside of ICP. But that looks good. Let's increase that transparency again. We can get rid of that template. I'm going to group this. All right, so this is my design. Let's download it and try it on the mockup generator. I'm going to keep the background white when downloading it, which is how you will upload it to ICP. It's not the end of the world if you make it a transparent background, but it helps the workers if it's white so that they can place it on the item correctly. Okay, so yeah, I like that placement. I like that it's coming up there to the top of the silver rim. When I look at it from the side of the cup, I'm going to be able to see a bit of the design. But that's what I imagined it looking like. It's centered on the cup. The last thing that I want to mention to you is you do have the option to do variations inside of your listing. So let's say that you wanted to do this phrase, but you also wanted to offer one that just said girls trip and had the name. Or you also wanted to do beaches, booze, and besties. You can do multiple designs inside of one listing. Put the one that you think is going to sell the best on the front mockup. Or even you could show variations on the front mockup if you wanted to, meaning that you would have two 40-ounce tumblers. But I'm just going with what I think is going to sell the best. Lauren and Connor mentioned that the one front mockup does convert better. So I think this is a good decision to just have the one phrase that I think is going to do best. But I did want to mention that you could have multiple phrases because maybe some people don't want to say this phrase because it's a little edgy. So maybe you want another option where they could choose it to just say girls trip. But don't overcomplicate it. If you can just come up with one good design, that's what you need. You don't need to have 4 variations per listing. It's just going to slow you down. So only do it where it makes sense. And your assignment for today is going to be to take one of your active micro markets and follow these steps to create a design for your micro market. Definitely take a screenshot of this page if you didn't know the other, or write them down. Research and parallel micro markets using your micro market plus Tumbler and then cup and then shirt. Identify KDAs that are happening in those markets and value points. Begin to brainstorm your idea and adapt it for your 40. And then go and check the 40-ounce micro market to make sure that it's not already happening a lot, because you want to fill a gap, you want to add value. And the name of the game with the 40s is you're taking something that's working inside of a parallel market and you're putting it onto a 40. You're not doing the same thing they're doing. You're making your own unique artwork, but you are drawing inspiration from their ideas that are best selling, and you're combining elements to create your own unique design. I hope you guys found this useful, and stick around for this Q&A and ask any questions that pop into your head about designing.
You guys have made it through 3 full days. You're here for day 4. It's going to be a really fun one. We're going to be doubling down on everything keyword related with your listing. So we're going to be talking through titles and tags predominantly here, making sure you get your products in front of the right buyers. So there's a lot to cover when it comes to titles and tags. So I'm orienting the vast majority of today just around that, where we're going to be taking the design that Jesse G had made for the girls trip market. We're going to be taking Connor and Lauren's photo templates. We're going to be putting them on a listing, and we're going to be going through the full keyword process. So you'll learn basically the full aspect of, the resources you need to develop your titles and tags. We'll be going through the formatting for your titles and tags. We'll be going through basically my entire process. And I want to get some of your guys' feedback while we're doing it. So I'm going to have you guys interact, give me some keywords to check and things like that. To keep it nice and fresh. So it should be super, super good. We got 112 on right now. I'm going to go ahead and flip-flop it so you guys can see the screen share a little bit bigger. Today is going to be a fun one. Before we get started, actually, let me know in the chat, have you guys gotten some good value out of it? And if so, what has been the most valuable thing you have learned in the past 3 days of the event? Best challenge ever. Photo templates. Literally everything. The design was invaluable. Ton. Research. Amazing. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, my goal for this challenge, and we'll do more in the future. But with that being said, my goal was to just provide so much value for you guys. And I think that our coaches brought the value. Hopefully I've brought the value for you. And today shouldn't be any exception. So it should be really, really awesome. Perfect. All right, let's get this bad boy going here. Let me know in the chat if the screen share is now the bigger screen of the two. I want to make sure you're looking at the screen share and not my shiny face with this light right here. Perfect. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay. All right, let's jump into it. Day 4. Let's have some fun here. All right, so let's start things off with Etsy titles and tags importance. It's really important to dial this in right out of the gate. So the potential of your POD business is no more and no less than the amount of search volume that you leverage because you are selling on a platform. So you really need to, before you move past anything and try to get technical, you have to remind yourself, this is why I talk about search volume as the lifeline to your business. It is literally what your business is made of. It's what it's comprised of. That's why you sell on a platform. That's why you give Etsy or Amazon a percentage of your business. Why would you give Etsy, 6.5% plus processing fees and, run ads on their platform and do all of that unless they had something in it for you, which what they have for you is 100 million buyers. So remind yourself that when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, when you boil everything down, your business is no more and no less than the amount of search volume you leverage. And Etsy titles and tags are the main driving force to obtain visibility and drive rank for your product. So again, titles and tags are like the vast majority of how you get exposure, of how you get rank, of how you index for terms. And you have other tools to use like Etsy ads, but when it comes to like, where's your biggest leverage when it comes to keywording? It's your titles first and your tags second. And the combination of both of them together will give you the exposure you're looking for. Now, with that being said, this one's really, really crucial to understand. I call this titles to tags to front photo relevancy. There should be no breakage, zero, in relevancy with your titles and tags and your front photo / design. It's kind of all in one. Think of it as your front photo. They are all one and the same. They're all the same thing. Front photos and designs are the visual portion of your offer, while titles and tags are the vehicle that allows the correct buyers to find your listings. So you have to understand, like, the titles and tags portion, that's what the buyer's typing in. That's the text portion of how we communicate. We're communicating with our buyers, but the actual offer is our visual side, our design, our front photo. That's why we stylize that front photo so well. That's why we design so well to pop out in that micro market and bring the value. But with that being said, there's no difference between them. They're all the same thing. And if you can really anchor that down, you're going to be way more profitable. You're going to get better click-through rate and you're going to get better conversion, because you should be always having that true north being titles, tags, front photo. They're all the exact same thing. Now, with this being said, this is where you're going to be like, wait a second, you just said something totally different. Now you're telling me this. Relevancy over search volume. Did you know it's okay to lose search volume, losing part of the lifeline to your business in order to gain relevancy in return? And you may be asking, but why? Why would I do that? Why would I lose out on any search volume? Like, shouldn't I just be maximizing my search volume all the time? You're telling me that's the lifeline to my business. Shouldn't that be where I focus all of my time and energy? And the reason why relevancy is more important than search volume is that it directly impacts those metrics I keep talking about. If you guys haven't noticed, I've talked about click-through rate and conversion so often throughout this challenge, because they're the two that really drive your business forward. But it directly impacts your click-through conversion rate and your return on ad spend with Etsy ads. The broader you go, the more these metrics will drop. So if you're just trying to go sheer search volume and you're landing on really broad areas like gift for her and like really broad terms, you're going to get impressions. You're going to spend money with Etsy ads, but I will guarantee you your click-through rate is going to be significantly lower. Your conversion rate is going to be lower, and your ad spend is probably going to be really unoptimized. It's going to be expensive, and you're not really going to get any conversion off of it. So if you have healthy metrics, Etsy will reward you by showing your product to more potential buyers by giving you rank. So you have to understand there's a give and take here. If you lower your search volume by trying to maintain relevancy, being very specific with your keywording, when you do get that view, even if it's, maybe you get 5 times less views overall, but when you do get that view, you have a way higher probability of getting the click. And because that keyword was relevant, the entry point for the buyer was relevant, now you have a higher percentage chance for conversion. And so that click-through rate to conversion combination, by just staying relevant to what you are doing, is going to allow you to climb in search and get more and more visibility. And it's the right visibility. It's not like unoptimized visibility where you're just all over the place. It is optimized visibility. So you're going to get such a better result out of that. And Etsy is going to reward you by staying relevant with what you're doing. Okay. So as we get into this process here, we're going to break down some different components to the whole basically setup to how you're going to, build your titles and tags. The first thing you're going to do here is you're going to utilize what I call product type keywords, or PTKs. Now, product type keywords are consistently used universal base terms for a specific product type. So this example I have below, you have, tumbler, tumbler with handle, cup, travel mug, tumbler cup, 40-ounce tumbler. Just think of it this way. When you know what your product type keywords are, no matter what niche you're in, no matter what event you're, trying to sell for, if it's evergreen, if it's seasonal, it does not matter. These product type keywords will be used over and over and over and over again to find the item. So you got to understand, these are going to be super valuable for you. And when you're going through the process of finding your product type keywords and you're identifying what they actually are, you do want to go through a process and figure out like which ones are the most important ones. Usually it's pretty clear. Like in this case, Tumbler is the most important product type keyword, but like what is second, what is third, what is fourth, what is fifth, and so on. And these are going to be extremely helpful, especially when you're in micro markets where maybe you're not seeing as much happening. The more you see the setup of phrases, like how people search on Etsy, the more equipped you're going to be later on to be able to kind of keyword, without even like, you don't have to do that much research into it. These keywords are working no matter what micro market you're in. So product type keywords are going to be very, very important for you. And with that being said, like I was just alluding to there, is when you can't see the data, quote unquote, I say see it, I just mean like when you're looking at the Etsy search bar, or maybe you're struggling to keyword a listing because maybe you might be anticipating search line for an event, something that you don't, it doesn't already have demand now, but maybe it will in a month or 2 months from now. You can't really see what's happening. This is where you can, rely on that formatting and these product type keywords, and they'll really come in hand for you. Next, we have the Keyword Brancher tool. Now, the Keyword Brancher tool is a tool I developed to basically brainstorm your keywords. So this is going to be a framework to maximize and extend your keyword reach to ensure optimal visibility. So what the Keyword Brancher tool is it is your what is the product, who is the product for, who is the product from, is there any events for this product, and is there any other descriptors that would help describe this product or this design. And when you're doing this process, which we're going to do together for the listing we're going to keyword, there's no right or wrong answer. You're going to be checking to verify, are these actually good phrases, good keywords? Like we're going to be looking at the search bar. We're going to be looking at competitor listings. We're going to be verifying those micro markets to ensure that the keywords we're using are right. So whenever you're doing this activity, I typically do it with a pen and paper because I work better that way. When I have like a piece of paper down here and I'm just jotting them out, I let my brain just flow, and I, just kind of dump out as many keywords as I can for whatever design or whatever micro market I'm keywording for. So we'll do that together. I won't be using paper today because you guys got to be able to see it too. So we'll make sure we do it as a screen share, but that is going to be super helpful to know what am I going to put into the search bar to like test things out and start the process here. Okay. So the competitor rank terms is the third aspect to what you're going to be doing here. So competitor rank terms, usually you're looking at the top 1 to 3 relevant ranked competitor terms for your high potential product. And you're checking only the top relevant competitors. You're not going to be looking at like random ones that are out there, and you're not going to be, looking at non-ranked terms. So notice here, when I say top 1 to 3 relevant ranked terms, I bolded out ranked. I mean, if you're looking at a competitor who is a bestseller or popular now, or there's a lot of traction on their listing and they're very similar to you, and you can identify in incognito mode or in a private browsing window exactly where they're actually ranked, what does that tell you? Remember, rank equals sales. So if you can find exactly where they're ranked, what you're going to find is exactly where they're making sales, which means if they're very relevant to your listing, it's probably a good idea to use those keywords. But with that being said, you don't want to just say, hey, this seller over here, they're doing so well. Oh my gosh, they've sold so many items. And then just copy and paste their titles and tags. It's not going to get you far there. Now, for this process, for the competitor rank terms, which we will also do as well for this listing, you're going to be going into incognito mode, like I was saying. You're going to be searching for the phrase you are checking rank on. So an example could be like, hey, maybe they use beach gifts. Should I use beach gifts? I don't know. Let's go check, and we'll go into incognito mode. Number 3 is check if the listing is ranked on the page. The listings ranked on the page are relevant to your specific product. So what is your product? What is your design? Is what you're seeing on that page in incognito mode, are there, some listings, all listings, no listings that are relevant to you? That'll answer if you should use that keyword or not. So typically speaking, a competitor will only be ranked for maybe 2 or 3 phrases when you're looking at their titles and tags. And that's the part where, again, you do not want to just blindly follow a competitor's title or a competitor's set of tags, because there's going to be more keywords that they're not ranked for than they are ranked for. It's very, very uncommon to see them ranked for like 4 or 5 terms. You'll typically see 1, 2, or 3 terms that they are ranked on page 1 for pretty high up if they're a bestseller or if they have really positive data. but just blindly taking their titles and tags is going to be a huge mistake. And if you can combine multiple competitor rank terms, maybe you find competitor 1, competitor 2, they're both bestsellers, and maybe they're ranked in a couple different places, that can be really ideal. But this is usually my final checkpoint. I like to use the keyword brancher. I like to use my product type keywords. I like to use the Etsy search bar. I like to utilize all of this before I go into the competitor rank terms. Typically speaking, it'll be my last checkpoint and help me to reorient my titles and tags if needed. And then last but not least, the Etsy search bar. This is going to be your other resource here. This is real-time Etsy shopper search terms and search volume ratios. When you have one term above another, remember, inside that search bar, the terms above the ones below it, it has higher search volume. Etsy's kind of giving you that in the order in which it's being searched for. So if you continue adding some long tail terms to generate additional results, that will help you. And you can look at the Everbee extension for estimated monthly searches. Now, there's a few things to note about the Etsy search bar. Number one is it used to be super jam-packed, and that was amazing. But Etsy's like, they've been condensing it down where you have less data to work with. You see less predictive searches based on what buyers are typing in. So you will have to, play the long tail game. Sometimes the search bar, you won't really see much happening with it, and you got to rely on other data. That's why there's 4 pieces to this framework here. But with that being said, the search bar is going to be one of your main places to look because it's what people are actually typing in. Now, the second piece I want to cover with this is the Everbee extension. When you have the extension, it'll give you the average monthly views. Now, I love Everbee, but I will tell you this, it's an estimate. It's not an actual like real-time data point where there's exactly, 342 monthly searches for beach gifts for women. It's an estimate, and it's also leveraging Google's data. So it's not as applicable necessarily for Etsy as you would think it would be. It looks like, oh, this is like gold. It's telling you exactly what it is. It's all estimated. And it's not necessarily going to be a spot on. So what I will say is this: trust the order of the search bar more than you trust the numbers. So in this case, beach gifts for women is a little bit higher up. At least in the last week or so, more people are searching for that right now than beach gifts for kids, beach gifts for girls. So with that being said, the order of the search bar is going to be helpful for you to reference. Think of it as a ratio. The terms on the top of the search bar will have more search volume than the terms on the bottom of the search bar. And then, like I said, long-tailed out a little bit. Change up your terms. Try to get some more results generated. And if you don't see any results at all, it just means there's really no one looking for much at all for that keyword. So these are going to be super helpful altogether. All right. So why this specific process? So first off, product type keywords. You are going to be equipped with the base terms for your high potential product type to help you prioritize keywords and use the search bar effectively. The keyword brancher tool is going to give you the framework to effectively test and branch out your keywords where it matters most. And then relevant competitor rank terms, they're going to be where you're seeing the solidified data on the keywords you should use. Because if they're ranked for that and they're a bestseller, of course you should use those terms if they're very relevant to you. And then last but not least, the Etsy search bar. This is real-time customer searches to help you make educated decisions with your products. So that is why there's a lot of pieces to the pie here of why we're using all 4 of these. Now, not all products that you upload on Etsy will be an easy process when dialing in your keywords. However, with these 4 pieces to the framework utilized every time, you should feel confident in your work. So sometimes when you do a listing, the search bar will be electric. You'll see a bunch happening, especially if it's right around an event. You might see more, and you can long tail and continue to see more terms, and that's great. Other times, there'll be nothing there. And that's where you got to rely more on like your product type keywords or more on competitor ranked terms or, whatever it may be. So use them all together. But for some listings, you might rely on one of these resources more than you do for the others. Okay. Is everyone tracking? I'm going to take a drink of water. Let me know in the chat if you're tracking so far before we get into title formatting. Awesome. Perfect. Love it. Okay, so now that we covered the resource side, so those are going to be what we're going to be using to build our titles and tags. Now we have to understand how do we actually go about formatting it, because the format does matter and actually matters a lot when it comes to driving rank and getting the visibility we want. So we need to understand a few things about Etsy product titles. Number one, the first 4 words of an Etsy title are the most important. It's your first 4 keywords. Those keywords, technically, you have the most probability for driving rank for. It doesn't mean you're going to, but you have the highest probability, especially when you flip on Etsy ads. There's a high probability Etsy will show you for that. Whatever phrase or phrases are covered in those first words, usually it's just one phrase, but that can be a really helpful deciding factor. You might long tail a little bit there. You might hold back on long tailing. You might use a specific term, but the first 4 are going to be your most important keywords. So you want the highest volume, most relevant keywords, the combination of 2. Those 2 are married together. Search volume and relevancy have to be married together. You can't do one and not have the other. You have to have them both there. If you go super relevant, you're going to miss out on search volume. If you go super broad, you're going to miss out on relevancy. So it's going to be a combination of 2. Now, the importance of your title goes from the front of your title to the back of your title. So the further down you get in your title, you'll get less and less and less and less impact. Doesn't mean you can't index for a keyword further down or you can't drive rank for a keyword. No, you absolutely can. But the keywords at the end of your title are going to be harder for you to index for than the keywords on the front of your title. And it's going to directly correlate into the ability to drive rank. So we want to be prioritizing the most important keywords to the front end of our title. Now, phrase exact is the most ideal way to format your title. So what do I mean by that? Phrase exact is exactly what you're seeing in the search bar, exactly what a customer is typing in, like beach gifts for women. If that's what you're seeing, you want to put it in as a phrase exact. That's exactly how you want to do it. And that's ideal because it's going to resonate with the algorithm more if it's phrase exact. Now, can you drive rank or can you index for that same exact term if those keywords out of order? Yeah, you absolutely can. But you have a higher probability if it's in the phrase exact format because it's exactly what the buyer is searching for. Next piece is repeat standalone keywords are not bad. There's a lot of information that floats around out there. People talking about like, one, you don't want to repeat keywords because it's spammy and Etsy's going to flag your listing because you're spamming the algorithm. Or 2, you're just wasting, your keyword reach. You could swap those out for other terms. But with that being said, it's not detrimental at all to have repeat keywords. And sometimes you might want to get multiple phrases, phrase exact in there. And that is okay. So it's okay if you repeat terms. Now, you don't want to go overboard and do like, girls trip tumbler, girls trip cup, girls trip gift, girls trip 40-ounce tumbler, whatever it may be. That would be, too much. But if you're trying to find a balance, you might use like girl strip or you might use something else depending on what your micro market is more than one time over, and you are going to be okay. So don't let that concern you. Remember, phrase exact is an ideal formatting. Now, long tail keywords when possible. So that means when it makes sense, when it's actually in line with your micro market and there's actual search volume for it, absolutely long tail your keywords. So this is basically, think of it this way, like I talked about maximizing your click-through rate and then maximizing your conversion rate. In this case, you might be maximizing your phrase exact terms and trying to maximize your long tail because you're going to get phrase exact search volume and you're going to get a long tail on it, which is going to extend your search volume and create more relevancy. So in an ideal world, you would have all phrase exact terms that all long tail and they all have search volume behind them. Now, it's not going to be that easy always, but that's an ideal. That's like your true north. And then last but not least, real estate over readability. There's also been topics for like the past, I don't know, handful of years at least, where, people like, you got to have your titles be readable. No one reads your title. I'm sorry. They might read like the first like 4 or 5 words, but they're looking at your photos. They're looking at your secondary, your third photo. They might look at your description a little bit. People are so visual. Most buyers, I'm not saying all buyers, some people are super analytical and they will dive into your listing. They'll read your title and then they'll read your description and they'll find something wrong with it and they'll bounce away. But that is like 1 out of every 100 shoppers. Most shoppers are going to be just visually scrolling on their phone, looking at your product. So in this case, you just want to get as much relevant real estate as possible. How can you maximize, where you show up the most amount of times in the most relevant way? That is ideal. So real estate over readability. All right, moving into tags. So a few things to note about Etsy tags. You have 13 tags. Use with the maximum. Sorry, oh my gosh. I'm going to restart that one. You have 13 tags to use with a maximum of 20 characters per tag. So use all 13 first off. Second off, you're going to run into some issues because of Etsy's 20 character limit. I'm sure you guys have been keywording listings before and you're like, Etsy, just give me 22 characters here. Just please give me one more character and I can make this phrase perfect. So we'll talk through that. We might run into that today when we're actually keywording our listing, where we might have to do some different things with that. But again, use all 13. Don't have 10 tags in. Use all 13. You can come up with another 3 or 4. Trust me, you'll be able to do it. Number 2, hit your descriptive terms plus your product type keywords. Whenever I have keyworded listings and whenever I've taught my team to keyword listings or taught people I've worked with one-on-one to keyword listings, I always tell them the same thing. When you come into your tag section, usually you do your title first, tag second. The first thing you want to do before anything else is try to hit all of your descriptive plus product type keywords first. That should cover like 50 or 60% of your keywords, which might be, sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you can't fit the whole phrase in there depending on how long the keyword is for the micro market. But in this case, you might do like girls trip tumbler, if that fits. Girls trip cup, girls trip travel cup, if that fits. Girls trip travel, whatever, you get what I'm saying. You're trying to hit your product type keywords with your main descriptive term before you do anything else, because those terms, by the way, are your most profitable and will give you the most relevant exposure. So like you want to maximize your descriptive term plus your product type keywords, boom, right out of the gate, hit those all phrase exact, if possible, maximize it in your tags right away. So the reason why I'm telling you to do that right away is that you don't want to forget about certain product type keywords. If, for example, all of your listings only ever had Tumbler and cup on them, and you never used travel cup, or you never used travel mug, or you never used 40 ounce, or you never used tumbler with handle ever, that means that you're going to be missing out on a vast majority of search volume because some people search in that way for the same item and other people don't. And there's going to be certain keywords that are more important than others, but as a general rule of thumb, you want to try to maximize your product type keywords with the descriptive keyword together. Now, just like your title, phrase exact is ideal. You're trying to hit your phrase exact terms. Now, again, you're going to run into the character limit, but you're trying to maximize that as much as you can. Now, broad tags can be costly for your business. I put this in here because it's super important to remind yourself. If you put a broad tag in there, you are asking, to spend more money over time when you flip on Etsy ads. If you have 13 tags, let's do some simple math here. 13 is an awkward number. 12 is a little bit easier to do math on, but let's say 4 of your 13 tags, that's somewhere between 25 and 33% of your reach here. So 4 out of your 13 tags, if just 4 of your tags each time are somewhat broad, that means almost a third of your keywords for your tags are going to land you in zones which are going to cost you more for ads because it's going to take more clicks to make a sale. It's going to lower your click-through rate, which is going to throttle your metrics in your shop, and it's going to be worse on your conversion rate as well. So you have to understand the compounding effect of a minor few keywords being off if repeated over and over and over again, what that does when you're 50 listings in, 100 listings in, 200 listings in, 2,000 listings in, that can be a huge portion of the problem for what you're doing. So this is why I harp on relevancy. Be relevant with every term you put in. If you're always anchoring to relevancy, you're going to be good to go. Now, with that being said, repeating your title terms can increase your visibility for that term. So if I have the exact same phrase in my title, I want to put that in my tags if I've deemed it as a very important keyword. I don't want to just say, hey, let me continue, expanding my reach, because at a certain point, when you try to just expand your reach, you keep losing relevancy. So instead, double down on what you have. If you have a phrase exact term on the front of your title, and you have that exact same phrase exact term somewhere in your tags, you have a much higher probability, especially when you flip Etsy ads on, to show up for that term, to index for it, to get ad rank for it, and eventually organic rank for it. So you want to, at least at bare minimum, repeat the main term or main 2 terms that you really want from your title. Sometimes you'll do this 3 or 4 times. It just depends on the listing. Now, when using Etsy tags, it's important to transfer all important keywords. Like I said, this puts more weight on. So I already covered this, but think of it as weight. I always use the word weight here. So when you transfer a phrase from your title to your tags, think of it as like, hey, I'm doubling down. I'm putting more weight on this keyword. I think that can help some people anchor in that process of taking your phrase out from your title and putting it in your tags if you've deemed it as super important. All right. Everyone tracking. Is everyone tracking right now? We're almost to our actual tutorial here. Perfect. All right, so I took this screenshot of page 1 in incognito mode of the girls trip Tumblr market. Now, with this, I like to play visual games sometimes where I can see my listing in search. And this is a really cool one, actually. So I put it as the #1 ranked product. I just took a screenshot of it, shrunk it down, and set it in there. And to me, what's cool is like Connor and Lauren had no idea Jesse G was doing like the girl strip Tumblr, and Jesse had no idea that Connor and Lauren were gonna have this exact front photo. So how it came together with 2 separate endpoints here was super cool because to me, that looks really, really good for the micro market. And here's a few reasons why. First off, that front photo is like spot on for like, I don't know, like the idea, like girls trip, like to me, you guys are gonna laugh at me with saying that. I'm such a keyword relevancy frenzy guy. But the model holding the handle of that, the 40-ounce variation being different from what's around, and then the more simplicity of the design, I just feel like it's a really good product where, you know, other products have all these colors, they have, you know, all these different things, they're different variations, they're showing like a bunch of items in the front of search. But in this case, this is more on simplicity. This is big and bold right at the actual design, and it's stylized perfectly for the buyer. So I think it stands out super, super well in this case. And again, you don't have to wonder why Connor and Lauren are 7-figure sellers and Jesse's a 7-figure seller as well. You just don't have to wonder when you see this all come together. So it's super cool. Okay, who is ready to do some keywording? We're going to do this live. We're going to build out our titles and tags for the girl strip Tumblr together. This is going to be fun right here. Lots of fun. So what we're going to do to start things off is we're going to actually utilize the keyword brancher tool. This is where I always start because remember, this is your brainstorming portion to the entire process for keywording. So you always want to start here, whether you use pen and paper, a Google Doc, whatever it is, always start with the keyword brancher tool to get keywords going, and then we'll test them out. So this is where I'm going to need you guys' help. With this being said, remember that the what portion is your product type keywords. So I've already put them in here. Do your own research, please. Like, you should know what your product type keywords are. I didn't optimize these necessarily. I just kind of threw them in there just so that I know that Tumblr is going to be your most important keyword, but I want you to do your research and know it for yourself. And that will equip you later on when you're wondering, should I prioritize Tumblr? Should I prioritize cup? Should I prioritize travel cup, travel mug, Tumblr cup? Like, which term should I prioritize? Do your research. You'll find it through actually studying the market and seeing what's working and where people are ranked. So with that being said, let's do the for portion. I'm going to escape out of here so we can actually edit this. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can see. So who is a girls trip Tumblr for? Let me know in the chat. Who is this for? Bestie. We got best friend. Oops. Best friend. Ooh, you guys are quick typers. I'm not a quick typer right now. Girlfriends. I'm going to just cherry pick some out. Bridal party. Cousins, sisters. I'm going to go sisters. Man, imagine if you could keyword a listing every time and have 157 people giving you ideas. That would be amazing. What an amazing resource. Okay, we got mom and daughter. So we'll put a couple of these in here. I'm going to try to just cherry pick a few out because there's a lot happening here. BFFs, like it. We're going to test all these out. Sorority. I'm horrible at spelling, guys. You're gonna see my weak points in life. Sorority. Okay. Book club. I'm gonna leave that one off. Girl gang. Friend reunion. I'm just gonna type in friend so I don't forget. Okay, and then of course, it's technically for a girls trip. Yes. We'll just put that in there. We wouldn't miss that one, but just in case, girls trip. All right. Bachelorette. Batch. Oh boy. I should just copy that keyword. Let's see if I can. Can I copy it from here? No, I can't. Yes, I can. No one type. I love it. Okay. All right. Perfect. Oh, and you didn't even spell right either. That's okay. We'll double check it. Oh, this has an extra T. There we go. Okay. That's good for now. Okay. Now, who is a girl strip Tumblr from? Who's it from in this case? Sometimes these are repetitive too, guys, just so you know. Bride, bride from sister, bride, bride to be, bride. I like your guys' thinking, by the way. I wouldn't even actually have started there. I might have found it later. Bride to be, sister, mom, friend. Okay. I'm going to pull from some of my for section. Trip coordinator. I don't know if people are searching for that, but maybe they are. You never know. Again, there's no right or wrong answer, by the way. Like, no right or wrong answer. When you're doing this exercise, the more the merrier. The more keywords you can check, you're going to determine if it's actually worth it or not. But it's important to get as many on here as possible. Okay, so a lot of these are kind of both coworker, like that idea. So I might pull from the for and the from a little bit because I do have a lot of kind of repeats on both sides. Boss. All right, that's perfect. Okay, amazing. All right, so what event is this for? What event is this for? Sometimes there's like a clear event. Sometimes there's not a clear event. So remember, it kind of varies each time. For a 21st birthday, I like that idea. I'm going to go birthday, and then I'm going to just put birthday by itself. We have 30th birthday. 30th birthday probably be pretty good. I'm going to just type in 30th so I can check that. Vacation, conference, reunion, batch party. Like it. Birthday weekend. I'm going to put weekend so I can remember that keyword. Okay, friends, mom's getaway, graduation. That's actually one I want to maybe try out. Maybe like a college graduation scenario. Cruise. Okay. We're going to test that one out. Senior trip. Go senior trip for fun here. Trip to Cancun. Boom. Very specific. We'll double check. Divorce party. Apparently I've seen that as like a big thing these days, divorce parties. You never know. We'll double check. It would make sense for this item. I will say that. Divorce party. Spring break. All right. I like the spring break. Train trip. All right. Mommy getaway. Okay. That should be good for now. I think that's good there. Okay. Now the descriptive side. I keep having to shrink this so we can fit all these keywords. Maybe I can just extend it this way a little bit. Let's do that. And let's go like this. Okay. Now our descriptive side. Our descriptive side is usually oriented purely towards our own design. So basically what I want to always hit with descriptive is like, what did we potentially miss inside of our keywords here to describe our design? Now, the first thing I notice is personalized is like a big one, and that's going to be a keyword we want to use. And then we have custom. Custom's another way to say personalized or customized. So I want to just hit those right out of the gate because this is a very, very custom item. We have the name, we have the location, we have the year. Very, very important there. Name. So I'm going to go name. We'll go date. We'll go location as a reminder. Again, any of these things are just helpful to like remind ourselves. And then the other side is going to be descriptive pieces. So tropical. There you go. Tropical. I'll go wave, beach, summer. This is where, like, again, continuing through this process, I start to remember keywords. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Why didn't I even think of the word summer yet? Maybe someone said summer. You guys have said it a billion things, but I didn't even see summer get set yet. So let's see. Surfing, real specific. Spring, yes, love it. We'll go, let's see, beach, summer. I'm going to say ocean. And I'm going to go back up here. Whenever I think of one, I'm going to just go back up. Ocean trip. I want to check that one. Beachy. Cool. I'm going to go beachy. Booze cruise. We definitely want to have where my beach is at, just in case, because that was the design. Where my beach is at. Okay. And then cruise. We'll throw on there as well. Retreat. Cool idea there. All right. I think this is enough to start to work with, but check this out. So obviously we had 159 people helping us keyword here, but look at how much we got on this list just as a brainstorming start point. So now we can take this and we can move into the actual process and check Etsy for these keywords. Now, when we're looking at the Etsy search bar, we don't need to be in incognito yet. When we're checking rank, like if we should use a keyword or not, that's when we're going to jump into incognito mode. So we'll do that here in a minute. But right now, after I get this done each time, I always go straight over to the Etsy search bar. So I'm going to go to Etsy here, and I also got to go to my listing. Now, for my listing, I already went ahead and I added in these photos. One thing I want to note, guys, remember that hack that Connor showed you guys in day 2 where the thumbnail is perfectly cropped, like he put up that little semi-transparent green square or rectangle around the image? I didn't crop this thumbnail at all. So not only does it give you that perfect view of what it's going to be like in search, basically optimized for as much as possible with how many times Etsy likes to change the view in search, depending on if you're on mobile, if you're on an app, if you're on desktop or whatever. But with that being said, perfect viewpoint. Don't even have to touch it. It makes things faster for me later on. So I just wanted to touch on that there. So we got ourselves ready to go. Now, one thing I also want to know in this process that we're about to jump into is the title and tags are malleable when you're doing this. As you start to type in keywords, we might start with something and we might change it out. We might get like halfway through, sometimes even at the end of the process, and be like, oh my gosh, we missed such an important keyword or such an important phrase where we need to jump that ahead in our title. So just remember, this is like a continuation of brainstorming, but now you're starting to solidify the data as you're working through. So we're going to go to the search bar and we're going to start out with utilizing our keyword brancher. I'm going to click off of that so we can see it a little bit better. We're going to start out with our main product type keyword, which is Tumbler. So I'm going to go girls trip, and I'm going to pause. So even before I get to Tumbler, I want to pause because I want to see what's happening. So we have girls trip Tumbler 8-pack. So people looking for multiple. Girls trip glass, girls trip wine tumbler, girls trip 40-ounce tumbler. That's great. Girls trip shirt. So that's good too. So girls trip 40-ounce tumbler. That's good. What I know from my own process, this is why it's so important to do the research and know your market well. Like if you're like, oh, well, girls trip 40-ounce tumblers right there, I know automatically more people are searching for girls trip tumbler by itself than they're searching for girls trip 40-ounce tumbler. So I'd be really weighing out the two on being hyper relevant or being more search volume focused. But girls trip tumbler is going to be accurate enough. So I'm going to start out with that just to get going because I know it's going to be a very relevant start to my title because that's exactly what this micro market is. Now, whenever we're keywording, our true north is the micro market, and this is why it's a-okay to lose out on a little bit of search volume. So I want to cover a piece that I missed early on with that. So when you're looking at the micro market itself, so in this case, it's a girl strip tumbler. We already know it's active, and so when you already know a market is active, this is why you can default to relevancy. So this is why you build a high potential product list. This is why you sort through and you verify the markets you're working on are active micro markets. If you've checked those off, it's like great sales history, currently active, you're good to go. Then in that case, revert to relevancy because you know the search volume's there, but you want to maximize the relevant side of it. So that's really important to anchor down for you. Okay. So girl strip tumbler, we got 40-ounce there. So I'm going to go tumbler though. As I keep typing this, let's see what else Etsy has for me. Girl strip tumbler, mountains. We got some different things there. Wrap. There's 3 wraps there. Girl strip cup. I'm going to start testing out my different product type keywords. Girl strip cups, cup for women. I'm going to go travel. Travel shirts. Interesting. Travel club. Girl strip travel club. I didn't know that was a thing. Apparently it is. Girl strip travel club. Girls trip Tumbler. I'm just curious here with sticker. Looking for handle. Okay, that's fine there. Okay, let's go back to our keyword brancher tool. So right now we have girls strip Tumbler in there. So when I start doing this process, I also like to highlight the term I've used. So let's see, there's so many terms here. Man, I can't even find it. Where's girls strip? Don't I have girls strip on here? I feel like I do. Where is it? Man, I'm blind. I think did I not add girls trip on here? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Under 4. Okay. So I did. I'm just blind. There it is. Okay. So I'm going to highlight this keyword. It just helps me know, okay, I've got that term covered. So I'm going to go in ICP blue there. Okay. And then we got Tumbler covered. So I'm going to go ICP blue as well. All right. Now we have some other terms here. So we got our base starting point. We have girl strip, Tumbler. We've hit one product type keyword, one descriptive term. Okay. Let's try girl strip, Tumbler. Let's go girl strip. I'm curious here with gift because I know gift's going to be bigger. Girl strip gifts. So this one automatically, girl strip gifts has 2,200 estimated searches. I just know based on my history with keywords that girl strip gifts is going to have a lot of demand behind it. But I'm going to immediately, because I'm really curious here, I'm going to go into incognito mode and I want to search this one out. So I'm going to go here. We're going to go new incognito window. And I'm going to just test this term out. So whenever you want to test a term, like, should I use this? Should I not? Go into a fresh incognito window and take a look. So if I scroll down past the ad buy, I'm seeing a little bracelet, another bracelet. I'm seeing a tote bag. I'm seeing suitcases, keychain, bracelet, shirt. I do see a tumbler over here. We got some towels, some little bags. We got sun hats. We got a couple tumblers as we get further down. Now, one thing that's really helpful to also anchor down here is understanding the keyword process from a buyer standpoint. So if someone comes to Etsy and they type in girls trip gift or girls trip gifts, if they do that, what does that mean? It means they don't actually know what they're looking for yet. If you type in gifts, you are at the front end of the buying process. So remember, you're further away from them actually making a purchase. If they're broader, in this case, girl strip gifts, they don't know what they're looking for yet. If someone comes to Etsy and they type in personalized girl strip 40-ounce tumbler, obviously search volume is way lower and we don't want to go that relevant in our title, but wouldn't you assume that they know exactly what they're looking for, which means they're about to buy? So if we can balance it more towards the keywords that they're about to buy with, you're going to be better set for conversion, even if you have less views overall. So it's a really important piece to that, understanding the keywords from a buying process standpoint. Put yourself in the buyer's shoes. If they search girl strip gift, they don't know what they're looking for yet. And you can see that in this micro market because some people are buying a tumbler, other people are buying shirts, some people are buying towels, other are buying tote bags. Like there's a lot happening. So can we use it? Yeah, absolutely. We can use it. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 tumblers, 5 tumblers. There's more as we get further down. Here's a bunch of tumblers here. But with that being said, we're not going to prioritize that at the very front of our title. So I just want to touch on that now. Okay. Someone said, what about personalized to start? Great question. Let's check that out. So let's go personalized. This is why we always want to keep the title malleable. Personalized girls trip. Let's see what's happening here. So personalized girls trip bracelet. Tumblers is down here, and this is actually looking strong. Personalized girl trip tumblers, 780 searches. So that's actually looking good. So personalized girl trip tumblers, I'm going to definitely look at adding personalized here. So personalized girl trip tumbler. And I'm going to try girls trip tumbler 4. Nothing. So I was going to see, could I potentially long tail even further? Could I do personalized girls trip tumbler 4 something? But in this case, the search bar just drops off. So I'm going to probably stay away from that. But with this, I do have personalized girls trip. I have girls trip and I have girls trip tumbler. So technically I have 4 phrase exact terms, even though they're a little bit smaller right now. Okay, let's keep going. So now we're going to go here. We're going to try some other keywords. Girls trip cup. Let's try girls trip. Oh, trip cup. Cup for women. Cup for women is the only one. Girls trip cup. Girls trip wine tumbler. 40-ounce tumbler. Let's try cup for girls. Let's try to reverse the order of it. Trip. Maybe Everbee. Maybe Etsy. Nope. No one's searching cup for girls trip. So they're not going that route with it. Okay. We'll go custom girls trip. So I'm trying to start out with like my most relevant before I do anything else. You notice I'm sticking to the very basic keywords right now. Custom girls trip gift. Interesting. That's really specific. What's cool with this is also showing a higher count, and custom girl strip gift is a very specific term that I think a lot of people would miss as a seller. Keyword they're listing custom girl strip gift. Let's try that. Let's grab this and let's go back to incognito mode. So we'll go new incognito window, and we're going to go to Etsy, and we're going to go custom girl strip gift. So we have the Tumbler ranked number 4. We have, oh, look at this. Oh, I'm so glad this worked out. It makes my life easier. Tumbler, Tumbler, Tumbler. And they're all personalized, very similar to us. Immediate, like, ding, ding, ding. We're looking good there. These are not ad by Etsy sellers either. Actually, that one is. What the heck? Why are those two not? Are those all ad by Etsy sellers? I think Etsy's just having a glitch. I think this is the ad by Etsy seller column. Usually they don't put them like that. Interesting. But we do see Tumblers happening here. We saw one ranked 4. I like this term, and I like it because of a couple different reasons. One, it's making the gift term more relevant for what we're doing. Custom, because it's personalized, girl strip gifts. And I don't believe that very many other sellers are going to have that term in their title or their tags. I think people will miss this. So we're going to go custom girls trip gift, girls trip gift. Notice I'm already starting out with using girls trip twice, and I might change this in a minute, but we have personalized girls trip Tumbler, custom girls trip gift. Let's see if we can do girls trip gift 4. Come on, give me something, Etsy. Girls trip gift 4. It doesn't look like we're gonna have anything, unless we're just getting a weird load time. Girls trip 4, nothing. Okay, girls trip 4. Oh, I think girls trip gift ideas. Girls trip gift 4. I thought we saw a 4 one in there. I think there was 4 women a second ago. Maybe I'm wrong. My internet's going slow. Okay, we'll move past it. So I see some questions already being asked. Do you use commas in between or nothing? I typically use dashes. Why? There's not an actual reason other than it separates keywords out for me to see what I've hit and what I haven't hit. I don't worry about the extra space it takes up, but it's like 1 space per. So typically I would do this personalized girl strip Tumbler dash like that. But right now I'm leaving it open because I might be moving my keywords around. All right. So let's go back to here and let's start brainstorming some more. So I'm going to knock out the few I have. So I have custom girl strip gift. So I didn't even have gift on here. So I'm glad I actually hit that one. So custom's been hit here. So that's good. All right. So let's see. Girls trip. We have birthday, 30th. We have ocean trip. I'm going to get a little bit wild here. I'm going to go beach Tumbler. I'm going to start there. Beach Tumbler with handle. So that's good. That's relevant, more relevant there. So I'm going to grab this. We don't want to be looking in not incognito. So we're going to go over here. Let's see what we got here. New incognito window, Etsy. So beach Tumbler with handle. So we have, looks like we got the location, the date on that one. We have some different scenery. Yeah, we got dates on these ones. We got lots of dates down here. Yeah, that one's looking pretty good. It doesn't have crazy search volume, but I love that I'm actually getting more out of this. So I'm getting another phrase exact term. And I'm getting another product type keyword. So I'm getting Tumbler with handle. So this is another Tumbler. Well, it doesn't say with, but that's A-okay. I'm getting handle in there, so I'm going to be able to index for that term a little bit easier. So we're gonna keep that for now. Beach Tumbler with handle or handle. That's A-okay. Let's see. Tumbler with, we'll just throw with in there. I think that's fine. Let me double check the keyword. Was it with or was it by itself? Let's go Etsy, beach, Tumbler, handle. Just handle by itself. I feel like people would type in with handle. Yeah, with handle. Yeah, I think that would probably be the better route to go because I think a lot of people will type that in. You notice how beach Tumbler skinny is there? So there's like a differentiation between these two. Beach Tumbler personalized. We've already used personalized, but that's good there. But I like what we got because we're already getting girls trip. We've gotten Tumbler. We've gotten custom in here. We've gotten gift. We've gotten beach. And we've gotten Tumbler with handle. So we're hitting multiple product type keywords. We're hitting some other descriptive terms, and we're going to go back through and we're going to orient it in a minute. I'm just getting these keywords out here. So personalized girl strip Tumbler, custom girl strip gift, beach Tumbler with handle. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Let's go back over here. So we got Tumbler with handle. Highlight that bad boy. All right. And then we got beach. Beach was down here, I believe. Okay. Let's see. Would you want to include skinny since we are putting skinny in our listing? Good question. I'm going to answer this while I'm right here. No, you don't want to put skinny in here because your front photo is showing the non-skinny version. So what would be your probability of getting a click with showing the 40-ounce tumbler would be very low. So the tactic with that is to bring your price down. So you don't want to put skinny in your titles or tags because if someone types in skinny tumbler, they're not looking for the 40-ounce one and you're displaying the 40-ounce on the front end. Okay. Tumbler with handle, use 40-ounce. Yeah, let's test out a 40-ounce one. So we also have like ocean tumbler. Let's try that. Ocean tumbler, ocean 20-ounce there, ocean cup. I'm gonna try that. Ocean cup. Looks like it's dropping pretty significantly. Let's go 40-ounce girls trip. Nope. Let's go just to check. Trip 40. Girls trip 40-ounce tumbler is showing. It looks like it's a little bit weaker. Girls trip 40th birthday. Girls trip 40th cruise. Here's some of those keywords you guys gave me right there. Girls trip 40th. Let's try 30th birthday Tumbler. Tumbler for him. Nope. Okay, I'm just brainstorming still just to see. There's a lot of potential keywords, but there's only gonna be certain ones that are gonna be relevant here. Let's see. Bride to be. Let's see. There's not really. Let's try our exact phrase. Bear with me, guys. We're gonna go like this. Where my beach is at. Let's see is anyone searching for that. I have no idea. I don't know if anyone's searching for that at all. Where my beach is at. Yes, there's a visor. Got a little bit happening there. Not too much though. Looks pretty meh. Where my beach is at by itself. Not so good there. Let's try some other ones. We have custom, we have customized, we have name and date, we have tropical, wave, summer tumbler. Let's go beachy. Let's try vacation. That was a good one. Vacation tumbler with straw. Ooh, that could be a good one. Vacation tumbler personalized. Vacation tumbler with straw. We're getting another product type keyword, more descriptive as well. Let's try that one in incognito. Let's grab this guy. Vacation tumbler with straw. Let's see what we got here. Let's go new incognito. Vacation tumbler with straw. We got Cabo vacation mode. This one we got different variations. We got the names. Sun, sand, drink in my hand. Okay. Looks like the phrase is a little bit different. That's the one thing I will say here is that if I did have more than one, beach themed or vacation themed or tumblers in the same category, I would probably conserve this keyword and utilize it specifically for my vacation tumbler if I did have another one. Because in this case, like Jessie G had talked about inside of her design training, some of those designs were more relevant for vacation. Some were more relevant for girls trip. In this case, even though a girls trip is a vacation, I think they're more geared towards that. And it looked like the top of search was more geared towards different sayings. Now, if I run out of things to utilize, I might throw it in there. So I might have vacation tumbler with straw. So we're gonna leave it here. But with that being said, just be cautious with deploying that keyword if you have another item that could be more relevant for it. Okay, let's continue through. So we got ocean, 30th birthday, 21st birthday, graduation, cruise. Yeah, so I think that's going to be... This one's so oriented towards girls trips specifically. I think a lot of these I'm going to lose relevancy by going towards cruise or graduation. Let me just try, though. Let me just see what we got here. Let's go cruise, Tumbler, cruise vacation Tumbler. Interesting. Cruise vacation Tumbler. Let's see what we got going here. Let's grab this one. We're going to go to incognito mode again. And we're going to go here. Cruise vacation Tumbler. Let's search that. We have life is better on a cruise. So cruise focused. So notice these little nuances. Family cruise 2025. Cruise. This one says girls trip over here, but there is other ones on here. But like this is simple. This one does say, hold on, this one says girls trip. Interesting. This one is just blank. But family cruise is a little bit more predominant here. Cancun 2022. Smith girls, besties. They got some different variations. Girls trip. This one might actually be decent. And again, this is another one where we have more of a long tail term of some sort, where potentially we could use cruise vacation Tumblr to get more keywords and utilize terms that other sellers aren't using as much. My one disclaimer here is that if it said cruise on it, no brainer. I'm going to have cruise for surely in my title. But in this case, it's a little bit more iffy. But I did see about 50% of these all said girls trip on them somewhere on the top half of the page. So I might utilize this one. Let's close out of this page. Let's go back. We got, I'm going to separate this out. Cruise vacation Tumblr. Let's see. BFFs. Okay, I want to try friend, best friend, BFF, because I feel as if that's really strong in this market. So let's go here. Let's go best friend Tumblr. Let's start with that. Best friend Tumblr with handle, best friend Tumblr photo, best friend. We're going to go BFF Tumblr. Okay, we're going to go besties Tumblr. We're going to go best friends by itself. Best friends. Whoops. If I get spelled out, help. Best friends gift. It's going to be pretty broad there. It's not what we want necessarily. Best friends summer. I'm just trying to get some keywords generated. This one's actually super oriented. The more I've thought through this, really oriented towards just girls trip so much, even though like you would think these best friend terms would be happening here. Let's go back over. So best friends, let's see, sister, mom, daughter, bachelorette. See, I want to save that. Again, one thing I talk about too is like rationing your keywords. And this comes down to relevancy once again, like bachelorettes, the term mom, sorority. A lot of these ones, like I want to conserve those keywords because I know I'm going to deploy them elsewhere. I'm going to have, if I'm in this product type, I'm going to have a Tumblr for a bachelorette party or for a bridal party. And so I'm probably going to conserve most of those keywords, and I'm going to just put the girls trip on this one way more. I'm just still surprised there isn't as many friend style phrases. I might be missing some. Let me know if you guys can think of any friend style phrases that would make sense for this product. I feel like friends is like spot on. Sisters also, that would be potential. Let's go friend trip. That's a good idea. Let's go trip. Let's go best friend trip. Tumblr for fun. Nothing there. Cup. Nope. Best friend trip. Friend trip. Besties trip. Getaway. Besties. Let's try that one. Let's go besties trip. Interesting. We have something happening there. Tumblr. Besties trip Tumblr. Not much happening though. Man, everyone just likes typing in girls trip Tumblr. They don't want to call them their friend. They're not their friend. It's just for a girls trip only. Birthday trip. My dry humor. Birthday trip. Okay. Birthday trip. Tumblr was on there. I've used Tumblr quite a bit. Best friend. Okay. I feel like best friends, something has to be used. Friends, best friends, something has to be used here. Girlfriend's trip, besties trip, coworker retreat, sisters. So sisters by itself. Let's try that. Sisters Tumblr. Oh, there we go. Sisters trip 2024. It's not even 2024. No one's gone on a sisters trip since 2024. How sad. Sisters trip 2025. That is super relevant here. Let's go into incognito mode. Let's see what we got going, because I don't know if this is going to be spot on for that one. Let's go new incognito. Let's go to Etsy. Let's go sisters trip 2025. Whoops, not SVG. No. Close out, reopen. Bear with me. Okay, girls trip 2025. We got shirt, 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 shirt. Let's see. That's a lot of t-shirts. Apparel, 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 and they all say sister strip. So we're losing relevancy there. So let's try girls trip 2025 though. Shirt, shirt, shirt. That's an ad. Okay, let's keep looking. Let's go to physical products only. Let's go to our filters. Why does this look different? Did that see changes on me? They did. What the heck? Let's go. Goodness. Way to throw a curveball at me, Etsy. Why can I not find the item type? No, 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 not what I'm wanting. There we go. Physical items. Let's just look at that one. Lots of apparel. Apparel is just popping off here. That's an ad once again. Yeah, I'm surprised with these. I'm real surprised that I'm not seeing much at all for these other terms. That's another ad. They're ranked somewhat for it. Could be something we use. 2025 is a good descriptive one. So let's go back over. You guys got to bear with me with my very slow process with this right now. Girls Trip 2025. Okay, let's go back one more time here. Yeah, there's a lot of these terms, guys. If you've noticed when I've checked inside of these markets where I'm going to lose relevancy with them. So I want to conserve them for other listings. That's really what it comes down to. I'm going to have best friend tumblers. I'm going to have, bachelorette tumblers. I'm going to have a bachelor party tumbler. I'm going to have, a bride tumbler, a bride to be, maid of honor. I'm going to have a lot of these different ones. And could they work on this? Technically, yes. But based on what I'm seeing in search, I'm losing out on a lot of relevancy where I'm going to conserve those keywords, hold them, and I'll deploy them later. So I think I'm just going to go really close to girl strip on most of these. So let's look back through this. We got personalized girl strip, Tumbler, custom girl strip, gift. And then we're going to go, okay. I'm going to try some commas here. Girl strip, gift. Beach tumbler with handle. Vacation tumbler with straw. Just so I can compartmentalize these, I'm going to do this. Cruise Vacation Tumbler Sister Strip 2025. Let's move into looking at some competitors. Maybe I just need some keyword help. So this is where, again, we're looking at the search bar. We're using our product type keywords. We're using our keyword branch. But let's go check out some relevant competitors. So I'm going to go into incognito mode. And I'm going to go new incognito window. And I'm going to search my base term, girls trip tumbler. And I am going to try to choose the ones that are most relevant. So what I'm going to do is, let's see. Jesse G did reference this one. This one's a 40 ouncer. That's good. This one's another 40 ouncer. And it's a bestseller. This one's similar as the dates on there. Let's start with these. Okay, 2 people bought this in the last 24 hours. In 9 carts, 20 plus carts. 30 people bought this in the last 24 hours. Maybe it's their price point. I always like to see why is this happening. $14.40. Shipping is free. Yeah, people are they're winning with that cheap tumbler there. I assumed right out of the gate that's why 30 people bought that. Let's go back over to this guy. So let's grab this listing and we're gonna go out of incognito mode because we need to be able to use our Everbee extension here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. And we're going to grab this one. Okay. So they have personalized beach girls trip tumbler, custom for ladies weekend getaway. See, there's a keyword I didn't think of. Weekend getaway, spring break we thought of, gift for her. I hate the gift for her term, but usually because it never works. Let's see what their tags are. Girls weekend cup, girls trip tumblers, spring break mugs, vacation tumbler, girls trip gift, girls weekend, beach tumbler, personalized. Okay. So personalized beach girls trip. Beach girls trip. Okay. Tumbler for ladies. Weekend getaway. Interesting. All right. I'm going to start searching them out. I know they're ranked for girls trip tumbler, obviously, but we can look at beach girls trip. That would be interesting because I don't think there's going to be much search volume. Weekend getaway. Let's grab that one. Weekend getaway. I'm just curious. This one might be pretty broad. We're going to close out of these. Fresh window. weekend getaway. There's a girls trip there. There's a lot of tickets. It's like they're like gifting the ticket. Okay. Let's go back over. When I analyzed the listing, there's a couple that I saw that I was interested in. Girls Weekend Cup, Girls Trip Tumbler, Spring Break Mugs, Girls Weekend Cup, Girls Weekend Gift. Let's take a look at that one. Let's copy that one. Girls Weekend Gift has more search volume. However, we're going to see if it's going to make sense here. We're going to go new incognito window. Girls Weekend Gift. I think we might have a similar term, but we have the Tumbler there. Tumbler, that's an ad buy. We have the koozie. We have a lot happening here, but again, the drinkware. I think we do have maybe that term over on our listing. We don't have weekend. I like the term weekend. Personalized girls trip Tumbler, custom girls trip gift. I'm going to throw in the term weekend right there. So, and I might even go weekend getaway if that will fit once I optimize it. So right here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add more relevancy, more search volume, but trying to maintain relevancy. So personalized girls trip Tumbler, custom girls trip gift, weekend getaway. It kind of flows and it's formatted somewhat good here. Beach Tumbler with handle I do like because of the search volume and it's was showing relevant listings. So we're good there. Vacation Tumbler with straw, cruise vacation Tumbler. I'm going to take out cruise vacation Tumbler. I think that cruise style terms are going to be more important. And I would assume that you're going to do a cruise Tumbler. So I'm going to save that. Sisters Trip 2025 was pretty good there. We're just barely over on that. Let's go back over. Let me show you guys a couple things here. Horrible keyword, by the way. I'm sorry. Personalized Tumbler. That is like your quickest way to spend a ton of money on a phrase that is so unlikely to convert because there's going to be tumblers for $5 that are just a name, and that's what people are really looking for. They're looking for the different colors and whatnot. But I just be careful of terms like this, terms like gift for her, terms like custom Tumbler. You want to be really careful with those. Okay, Girls Weekend Cup. All right, we're gonna look at one other competitor just to see, but I don't want to stretch this out too far for you guys because I've been sitting on this for a while. So let's go back to incognito. Let's look at one other. So girls trip. Target type Tumbler. Okay, and then we're gonna go and we're gonna grab a different listing. This one has sold like crazy, but like I said, I think there's still not that price point. I'm gonna see if there's a golden keyword in here that I might be missing because they are doing super well. Custom 20-ounce holiday tumbler, personalized tumbler, girls trip gifts, travel mug, laser engraved cups, stainless steel mug, beach tumbler. Man, oh man, do they have some broad keywords, guys. They may have sold 30 in the last 24 hours. I don't know what their Etsy ads look like, but I do know the reason why they're able to do this right now is because of their price point. I'm telling you all day long. If they didn't have that price point, they would not be able to sell that volume, especially, that is so broad. Let's take a look though. See what they have in their tags. We have Girls Weekend Cup, Vacation Tumbler, Custom Tumbler, Vacation Mug, Custom Cup, Travel Mug, Travel Tumbler, 20-ounce. Man, they're sitting in Broadland. They might be spending a ton on ads. Personalized Tumbler, Beach Tumbler, Girls Weekend, Girls Trip. Okay. So at this point in time, like that, honestly, that was a little bit of a struggle bus for me on getting the keywords at least. So I'm going to optimize that and fit it, how I want to. But notice how I kept on rejecting anything that wasn't relevant. I'm anchoring back to girls trip as much as I can. I'm sprinkling in other keywords that are going to help me expand my reach, but while staying as relevant as possible. I had to check a lot of these micro markets, and many of them just turned up not that great. So be cautious and conserve your keywords because you want to deploy those keywords on other listings. Imagine if I use the cruise ones and a bunch of vacation terms and a bunch of, other relevant terms, maybe bride, bachelorette, and I use it on this listing, but then later on down the road, I then make a Tumbler for a bride, a Tumbler for bachelorette party, or whatever it may be. And then I run ads and this listing is competing with my other. I want all of my clicks, all of my impressions, all of my sales to be on the other one for that term because it has way more probability of driving rank. So conserve your keywords, ration them, and deploy them when it makes the most sense. Okay, so we got personalized girl trip Tumbler, custom girl trip, gift, weekend getaway, beach Tumbler with handle, vacation Tumbler with straw. That is fairly specific. Sister Strip 2025. I like that one because it's a little bit more. Let's see what we got here. We're going to go vacation Tumbler. This one's still 50-50. Do your research, guys. I don't know if I'd use vacation Tumbler for sure, but to save time, I might use it here. See, vacation Tumbler for Sister Strip 2025. That'll work. So I want to save some time. So we do have some good things here. It's not as ideal as I was hoping for, but we have personalized girl strip Tumbler. So we have personalized girl strip 1, girl strip 2, personalized girl strip Tumbler 3, girl strip Tumbler 4. So there's 4 phrase exact. We got custom girl strip gift. So that's great. There's 1. And so custom girl strip gift is 1. Custom girl strip gift is 2. And then we have the weekend getaway just for more descriptive side, and it might pair up with some other keywords. We have beach Tumbler with handle. It actually looked good in that micro market inside of incognito mode, so it looked like this is a relevant item for that. I like that we got a notch up in relevancy. And then Tumbler for Sister Strip 2025. So it kind of, continues out, wasn't as relevant as we get to vacation. And then Sister Strip 2025 is good, but there wasn't that much actually happening for it. So I think this is fine for now. These right here were like my really good keywords in my opinion, where I have like, that's very descriptive. I get multiple phrase exact, and the custom girl strip gift happened to be a bigger search volume term, but it had a lot of relevancy when it comes to the rank. So let's go down to our tags and let's take a look here. So we're going to go immediately girls trip Tumbler. Let's see if it will fit. Okay, perfect. Girls trip Tumbler, girls trip. I'm going to copy that so I don't have to retype it every time. Girls trip cup. Girls trip travel cup. Oof. That's where Etsy gets us. Girls trip 40 ounce. That's going to be tough. I'm going to go 40 ounce for now. I might remove that one. This is where I do always put personalized in as a standalone keyword. Not always, very often I do. Now, one thing you want to reference is like, this is one of the only times I use what you consider like a broad keyword. And the reason being is like, no one comes to Etsy and they type in the word personalized and then they start shopping. No one does that. So I'm not going to really waste money on Etsy ads or get a lot of impressions and then get clicks that are expensive for that. Personalized is going to be a pairing keyword. It's going to pair with personalized, girl strip, personalized girl strip cup, girl strip Tumbler, girl strip gifts. That's where that keyword is going to come into play. So this is like the one time where you can use like a standalone keyword and be in the safe zone just due to the buying nature. Like how do buyers interact on the platform? How do they search? No one types in personalized and goes with it. So let's keep going. Let's go back to our keyword brancher. We have travel cup, travel mug, tumbler cup, 40 ounce tumbler. We have cup by itself. So we hit those. Girls trip. Let's go back up to our title. So personalized girl strip, I don't think that's going to fit. I'm just going to try. Really don't think that's going to fit. We're just going to go for it. We're going to wing it. Let's try this. Nope. I think it was 2 characters over. No, a few. So if I really wanted personalized girl strip, I could technically do personalized girls and then girl strip as a standalone. I might do it. I'm going to do it for now, and I might take this away. Whoops. I don't want to capitalize though. Personalized. Let's try this again. Sorry, guys. Personalized girls trip. So I'm going to do personalized girls and then girls trip. So again, this micro market is very weighted towards the girls trip. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to split a keyword in half. Now I have a rule where I don't want to do this more than just a couple times. So in this case, I'm going to do it with personalized girls trip because I've deemed this as an important keyword. So personalized girls trip, and then I'm just going to do girls trip as a phrase exact that way. It's going to give me kind of a bridge between. I have girls on one side, personalized girls, and then girls trip, where I have a higher probability of indexing and ranking for that. So I like what I got there. So we have girls trip tumbler, girls trip cup, girls trip 40 ounce, personalized girls, girls trip. Let's see here. We have, let me close out of that listing. I keep going to the wrong tab. Just make sure custom. Let's try custom girls trip. Notice since I've immediately anchored in girls trip is what my relevancy is sitting on. I want to try to get as many terms going right back to that micro market as much as possible. Now, if this does fit, I don't think this is going to fit. Let's try. We have, where is it? No, that's not going to work there. Let's try this. We have where my beach is at, that's definitely not going to fit. Now, beach tumbler with handle happened to be one that was good. So we're going to go beach tumbler. That was actually a good one from our title based on the rank. So we're going to go beach tumbler. And handle was by itself, and it does fit. Interesting. So this was actually popping up phrase exact in the search bar, beach tumbler handle. And I'm going to just do beach tumbler by itself. So I'm going to actually do 2 here, just due to the fact that I'm limited on the relevancy side, but beach tumbler and beach tumbler with handle, I think those are going to be good for this market in this case. So I'm going to stick with those. Now girls trip gift. I think we already searched this because we have custom girls trip gift, which is very specific. I don't remember what it looked like. Let's go back over here. Let's close out of this one and let's do another search. We're going to go girls trip gift, just a standalone like that. Girls trip gifts for adult women. Apparently people are getting really specific. Girls trip gift ideas. See, I'm missing some. This is where, again, you might pick up on keywords later. I'm going to remember that one. Girls trip gift ideas. I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to take off ideas here. I want to see what the rank looks like, though, for this. Girls trip gift. I already checked this, if I remember right. So there's one Tumbler there, another Tumbler there, another Tumbler, another Tumbler. This one's pretty good. All right. Since I'm anchoring back to girls trip, I'm definitely plugging this one in. So we're going to go down and we're going to go girls trip gift. Like that. And gift ideas does not fit. Let's see if gift idea does. Girls trip gift idea fits. Now, Etsy will help you out. They will make your titles and your tags plural or singular for you. So you don't actually have to have both in there. And if you don't have one, it's totally fine. So I'm going to be able to work with Girls Trip Gift Idea and be able to show up for Girls Trip Gift Idea. So I like that. Since Girls Trip Gift is showing well, I think that's even better. Or not even better, but I think it's a great term because less sellers are going to utilize that term. Less people get all the way to that point in the process. So as you can see, girls trip, girls trip, girls trip, girls trip, girls trip, girls trip, like on all these, besides my beach tumbler terms. Now let's see if there's any others I wanted to put more weight on. Beach tumbler, I got weight on it. Girls trip, I got weight on it. Custom girls trip. Do I have that by itself? Custom girls trip. I think I did. Yeah. Custom girls trip. Perfect. Just double checking. Sister trip 2025. Girls trip 2025. Why did I never search for that? Let's double check. Girls trip 2025. And there was actually a lot happening here. Girls trip 2025. Oh, maybe I did. And it was the vaguely remember this now. We had a lot of t-shirts happening here. Girls trip 2025. Lots of apparel. Notice how I'm just actively working my way through. This takes a while sometimes when you're working on certain micro markets. Some will take 5 minutes. Some will take 25 minutes. Right now, I'm taking a little bit extra time. But with that being said, I think we are A-okay. Tumbler, cup, girls trip. Okay, travel mug. So here's where I'm missing some of those main product type keywords, but I can't fit them without doing standalone. So one thing I also reference is I don't like to do like travel cup by itself, travel mug by itself. Like it's going to be tough because when I flip on Etsy ads, Etsy's going to start bidding on those terms as a standalone. So that's why I want those descriptive terms there. Let's see. Beach. I have beach so far. I have ocean, Tumbler. Let's try that. Let's see what maybe we might even extend out a little further. Let's see what we got here. Ocean, Tumbler, ocean trip. What about ocean trip? Another one I missed. Nope. Ocean trip. What about beach trip? See, it never stops. Like you can always keep going. Beach trip gifts, beach trip 2025. Interesting. Let's try this. Beach trip gifts. We got more broad somewhat. That's an ad. This one says girls trip here. That's another ad. Here's that one seller who's selling for everything. Here's a couple down here, and they're similar. Sun sand drink in my hand. Okay, not too bad. I would like to see more, but in order to save some time here, so I don't keep you guys on this forever, we're gonna girls trip gifts. I also like 2025. That actually popped up in the search bar, and it gives me that much more descriptive, that much more of a descriptive side to what I'm doing. So we have some tumblers definitely happening here too. I don't think that's going to fit. Beach trip gifts 2025. Let's see here. Let's go back. Beach trip gift. Okay. And then let's see. Girls trip. Do I not have girls trip 2025? Do I have that one? Nope. Okay. So I'm happy with that. So all of this being said, hopefully got some value out of that. It was a little bit kind of all over the place as we're working through that. But with that being said, what I found through this process, you can tell I didn't do anything beforehand with regarding like pre-researching the girls trip Tumblr market. But going through this process live with you guys, what I discovered was I had to anchor heavier towards girls gift or girls trip, I should say, for the vast majority of my keywords. If I didn't anchor predominantly towards girls trip, I was going to lose on relevancy a lot. So I might have gained search volume with some of these other terms, but by reverting to girls trip more and more and more, I was still able to find terms that are relevant that I can show up for. But I'm not losing relevancy here. So I'm happy with this. I doubled down on a few. So I have beach Tumbler handle and beach Tumbler here. I have girls trip Tumbler. I have custom girls trip there. I have girls trip gifts, so that works with that. I have personalized, and then I have a lot of relevancy sitting in my title. So I'm happy with this for now. So we'll go ahead and leave it here. Okay, let's go back out of it. All right, who got some value out of that? I know that was a little bit of all over the place, but let me know if you got some value out of that setup there. You guys have been chatting a lot over here. I haven't even noticed. Good. Awesome. Good. I'm glad you guys got value. Again, I hope what you anchor to there is making sure your true north is the actual micro market. Making sure you say no to a lot of keywords and you ration them. Think of it that way. Like you're holding them and you're rationing them. You're going to dish them out only where it makes sense. And if you always do that, that means when you go to launch those other listings later, cruise, bachelorette, bride, bridesmaid, whatever it may be, could they have worked here? Yes, but they would have taken away from my other listings later. And if I'm always prioritizing relevancy, I'm going to get so much more engagement on my listing. So should be really, really good. All right, let's jump into some Q&A. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to do a shorter window of Q&A so I can announce the 3 giveaway winners. Super excited for that. I know so many of you have been looking forward to the announcement of that. With that being said, so we'll do about maybe 15 or 20 minutes of Q&A. Then we're going to announce those 3 winners. And for those of you who are not one of those lucky 3 winners, we do have something for you. So I'm not going to tell you what it is now, but we have something for you. We're going to send it to you directly after this training. So you're going to get an email. Make sure you go check that email right away. There's something in there for you if you're not one of the lucky 3. So